right, good evening, everybody. I am terribly sorry for the late start. I thought I would probably be about an hour to 90 minutes late for the stream. Turns out I'm much closer to, I don't know, 2.5 hours, it feels like. So I do apologize. Now, I am slightly concerned here when it tells me. And I got a Twitch drops notification. I don't recall seeing that before, though. Well, honestly, at this point, I can't do too much about the past, but there should just be one more day on that. So for those of you who are proud owners of Phantom Liberty, I hope you are able to get your remaining drops. And for those of you that haven't been, how do I put it? For those of you who are maybe on the fence about it, I should maybe say off the top that I am playing a copy that GOG gave to me. Obviously, that's the storefront that's attached to the CD Projekt group, and so owned by the same. Basically, it's a company that owns both CD Projekt Red and the storefront. And one of the things that they would like me to do as part of broadcasting this key that they gave to me, they also gave me the Cyberpunk key, is to remind you that it is in fact available on GOG. Although I say that knowing full well that you're probably going to wind up getting the DLC on the store that you own Cyberpunk 2077 on. But if this game is interesting to you, they would certainly appreciate it if you bought it on their storefront. And of course, with that in mind, I am playing a game that I was given something of value in order to cover it. I certainly like it, but there is a reason why I go over all of those details. Now, I had some fun details to talk about at the start. The drawback is I'm never really sure how many people are going to be around at the start of the broadcast. So to a certain extent, there is kind of a question as to whether or not, it's worth going into, just because maybe the YouTube people would like it, but I'm happy to leave it for later or not at all. I mean, maybe we just want to see more of Phantom Liberty. And then overall, I'm actually feeling rather good about the stream moving forward, just because there's a few big things which are starting to, I don't know, finish. And for me, that's, I don't know, like I've definitely felt a lot of pressure in terms of just getting stuff done on time, and that does sometimes eat into the broadcast time. For today, it wasn't so bad. This was mostly just a chance for me to catch up on some programming and some reading and some just stuff that I've been wanting to do for me and haven't, just in order to do all this other stuff. So every once in a while, I do like to take some time. I actually wanted to go for a walk, but it's raining out, and I don't actually mind the rain, but I would sort of mind coming in and just plopping my soaked body down in front of the computer. So, I don't know, maybe I'll do that later, but we're going to have some good time with Phantom Liberty today. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to cover. This is mostly just kind of filler to give everybody a chance to come in. I suppose the only other thing to say is that tomorrow, I believe, is the end of the drops and like the various promotions for Cyberpunk. So I have no intention to drop Cyberpunk. I'd like to see the end of this game, and I'd particularly like to see the end of Phantom Liberty. We're certainly going to go as far as we can in the game right now, but the main priority in terms of like doing this game a little more regularly has certainly been, one, the fact that I was given the key, and two, I have roughly an idea in terms of what CD Projekt Red's kind of promotion plans were for the game. So if you would like to see more Cyberpunk, let me know. I am probably going to be rebalancing things a bit more towards Book of Hours, especially because we may be working towards an ending on that one. And then at that point, I figure I can sort of even out a few other things. I won't spend too much more time in terms of introductory material, but I do have a few ideas in terms of some things that I would like to do. So I would certainly like to... So, one finished Book of Hours. That doesn't mean that Book of Hours is going away, but probably a little bit more YouTube, or maybe just, once a week or something like that. I would really like to go back to Phantom Brigade at some point. And I know there have been some people who've wanted to see that again. I would like to do Old World. Now, I do need to confess, unfortunately, it does seem like Hooded Horse is not really talking to me anymore, and that was actually a real shame there. This does create a little bit of difficulty for me, because generally if I ask for a key for something and the answer is no, I don't necessarily, declare an oath of enmity towards the developer. That's obviously their call in terms of what's going on. Obviously, the treatment is something that I weigh in the balance. There are better and worse ways of interacting with broadcasters. But the big thing on this one is I very much like Mohawk as a developer, and so this creates kind of an awkward situation for me. And I think probably the best way I can handle Old World is I will definitely do Heroes of the Aegean at some point. But unfortunately, it's not going to be the new content. And I think unless things change, it's probably unlikely I will do Pharaohs of the Nile. And again, I don't mean to sound too catty about that, because again, I think there is a difference between a publisher and a developer, and it's the big reason why I want to continue showing Mohawk some support. Maybe I'll even try Off-World Trading Company again. But that's something I kind of like to fold back in, but I'm not feeling the same kind of urgency for, just because, again, the big thing is that I get enough keys that I do actually... I do want to give priority to the people who are actually willing to, give me the time, right? So that's, for instance, why I do Cyberpunk. And then I don't think I'm going to be able to have time to do it, but it would be fun to do a little bit more Outlast stuff before Halloween. But honestly, everybody's doing scary games now, so that's not such a big deal. And then there's a couple of surprises that I don't even know. I suspect there isn't a problem if I talk about them, but I am going to keep that under my hat because we've got plenty to get through. There's definitely some stuff I'm actually looking forward to showing you all. But we are going to continue on with our journey through Dogtown.
The crash site is now a restricted area. My people will proceed to secure it. The rest of you, go home and stay there. That is, unless you want to catch a stray bullet. I'm imposing a state of emergency in Dogtown until further notice. More news to come as the situation develops.
The game does feel a little quiet, but I know most of the time people say that my voice is too quiet rather than the game, so just let me know if the game could use a boost. I will also say I've noticed a bit of a tendency for the game to lag. So I noticed even in the loading screen there was a bit of lag there, so I am allowing for shutting the game off and on again. However, I did make sure to reset my computer. In fact, I think probably half an hour of the delayed start time came because I was reorganizing all of my tabs on the desktop. It's a little embarrassing how many I have open.
Best prices in Dogtown. Certified resale.
Yeah, so this doesn't make me feel good. We've definitely had better performance before. So the first thing we try to do is go to the map. See if I can maybe trick it into being a little zippier.
Invisible hand tune. Clap it right out of their pocket, then Delta.
It's also possible that this is just a part of the city that I actually struggle with, so maybe if I go into an underground area, I certainly don't have a problem lowering the settings if that's what it's going to take. This is usually a signal that I can get a performance improvement. Well, tell you what, let's give this I'm gonna quit the game and jump back in. And I'm sorry because I know that's a long start. Sorry, long introduction for me just to reset the game. Seems to me it's better that I give this a shot now. See where we're at. And if I... Oh, you know what? There is also the possibility that the ray tracing got turned off again. Or not the the DLSS. Super sampling. That might also be it. I don't know. I'm not gonna stress too much about it. We'll make this work, but if I can, it'd be nice to sort of show off the game as well as I can. I know I don't have a... I'm not entirely sure that was what... I don't think that's gonna change it, but we'll see. So this sort of lag I totally understand because the game is loading in.
Best prices in Dogtown. Certified resale.
Alright, now that is considerably worse. So, oh, well. I think I know why. I probably didn't pay attention to what that was going to do. Alright, I think we're going to work with that, and if I start seeing people's lips move in a weird way, unless there's a way for me to actually see... there used to be a way for me to see the frame rate, and then... so if I turn this on, yeah, it turns off the other, so... There's definitely stuff that I can lower if it comes down to that. But what does bug me is that once upon a time, I used to have a way of actually seeing the frame rate so that I'd know I wasn't imagining things. Anyway, let's do what the game tells me and find an entrance to the Captain Caliente restaurant. Alternatively, so there was a vehicle. Okay. Let's do a quick vehicle contract just so I can find my feet again, then we'll...
You wanna make it here? Listen up. One rule.
얘가 바가기 누워.
Okay. Huh, I really thought I'd be able to make some noise there. Alright, well, not quite what I had in mind, but... I try not to damage the vehicle here, so... Sure would be nice if I didn't, So I'm trying not to be just a ruthless killer, but I'm also not a particularly charitable mercenary either.
All good, all good. Let's go, go, go. Check the courts.
I mean, look.
107.3 Moral Rock Radio, The Rock. Stay tuned for more news and music.
Yo! Skedaddle, dude!
So some of these, I find these missions kind of interesting because, if I'm honest with you, my feeling of Night City was definitely not that there was a lack of things to do.
Hang her up or I'll lose a buyer. Believe in you, Chumbata.
Optional to deliver in good condition. I suspect that I'm going to be chased down, and the good condition's going to be tricky. But yeah, so like, I think I talked about this at the start too, but my feeling, like when I just think of Night City in general, my first impression was definitely not, oh, I wish there were more things for me to do. So it's kind of interesting that these are more time-limited missions. So like if you don't do them, they sort of vanish off the screen. V, got a hot gig. Some soldier just opened fire on pedestrians at the pier. Try and grab him for me alive. If you can't, well, at least give it a try. Then I'll send the right people for him. Good luck. He's outfitted in full military gear, so you could have a vet suffering from PTSD. But why the getup? Maybe he felt the cyberpsychosis coming on and wanted to look the part. Something doesn't add up. But yeah, so even these side missions are a good example. Now, those are relatively... Oh. Okay, something's wrong on this. There we go. But yeah, so you know, those are obviously static, so I can understand that there would be there might be a wish to you know, keep maybe a slightly more dynamic environment in terms of what's going on. But even then, you know, there's firefights that break out. There's the police scanners, although I guess those are also probably fixed on the map. But yeah, the idea of something that's sort of not permanently going to be there certainly motivates me to do things other than what I was planning on. Although I do confess that it sometimes falls into the trap that I felt with Skyrim. Okay. I didn't play a Cyberpunk game to be stuck in traffic. Like, I like the Elder Scrolls quite a bit now. I think I've talked about this a few times, but when I first played Skyrim, I didn't get that far. I was very amused by the fact that I picked up that original heavy stone that apparently is a quest item, and I wound up bringing it. So like the pre-recorded line of like, oh, you're an unusual fella, was there. I thought that was kind of fun that they had that plotted in. But basically my feeling of this is like, okay, so if I get this straight, like the world's coming to an end, the dragons are coming back, or like whatever the kind of plot line was. Obviously I saw the trailer, so I knew a little bit of what was coming up. but I'm spending all this time like delivering mail for people, and I'm like, this feels very weird as far as tone goes, right? Like, it's the end of the world, but here's a bunch of trivial, quests for you to do. And of course, now I fully appreciate that the big appeal of these games is the big, the big quest log of things that you can ignore or you can carry on. Like, it's something that I really respect about the game now. I can even talk about the specific turning point where I sort of realized that that was what the game was and that was actually a good thing. But yeah, like in this case here, it does feel a little weird that I'm playing V. Like, the setup to Phantom Liberty is a really interesting one, right? Because in addition to very big characters, so, to me, the president of the NUSA crash landing in Dogtown is itself sufficiently interesting for me to want to pursue it. But as far as a character motivation is concerned, like, I can certainly see why some figures in the Cyberpunk universe may not necessarily find that a worthwhile task. They're too cool and important to help the president of another country. But the idea that, this is the cure, right? There's a hacker who is skilled enough to be able to overwrite Johnny for a bit and promises me a cure in exchange for helping them out. And of course, this is well in advance of wherever the plot is going. I don't even think I've met with Anders Hellman yet, although I have in a previous playthrough. This is life or death. Like, this would be the overriding concern. So with the introduction of that really good hook, and of course a spectacular opening, the other thing that this DLC, or maybe it's not the DLC, maybe it's the update that added it, but basically one of the things that comes alongside this is, oh, but I really need you to deliver this car for some money. You've got time to do that, right? And of course, as a player, the answer is yes. But I'm not going to lie to you. I have absolutely no idea internally how I'm justifying being a delivery boy when the possibility of me, kind of getting the full faith and credit of the NUSA to help me with my brain death is a reward.
Oh, yeah, I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches. Little token of my appreciation's waiting for you in the drop locker.
Fun. Okay, so as much as I enjoyed that, let's, unless I have another Phantom Liberty side task, I think it would be good for me to find our good friend Solomon Reed. I do like this car quite a bit. I haven't improved in terms of my driving abilities, but feels good. That's a little bit like I've said about some of the Johnny Silverhand sections. Honestly, some of the fun of this is just the feeling. One other thing that was weirdly appropriate for Cyberpunk for me today. So, like, again, some of this is some of playing this game is just trying to connect with some of the source material, because I've never really played Cyberpunk, the tabletop RPG. I keep running into things that overlap with it quite a bit. So, for instance, I've talked about how I really like the former Fantasy Flight games, living card game Android Netrunner. And I also understand that that is kind of a modernization of an old Richard Garfield design for Wizards of the Coast. Netrunner, which I believe its original setting was the Mike Pondsmith Cyberpunk setting, Cyberpunk 2020. I think Netrunner seems to be one of these games. I've never really run into anyone who... So I'll run into plenty of people who've not heard of it or not played it. It's definitely one of those games where I've never run into anyone who says they didn't like it. Like, it definitely seems to be one that when people play it, they really admire it. In fact, if I recall correctly, Megacrit are big fans of Netrunner, and I think some of the ideas, not like you, I don't think you'd be able to directly see where it comes from, but I seem to recall they said that they definitely took some inspiration for Slay the Spire. I need to find where I saw that, but yeah, needless to say, like, this is the sort of stuff that I find interesting, but yeah, I mean, in terms of the setting, it's definitely, you know, the images were compelling, the idea was there. I think the only reason I suspect why Netrunner didn't quite get the TLC that, you know, maybe the fan appreciation would have suggested was, I suspect it just wasn't Magic, right? So if you've got shinies, if you've got you know, Magic the Gathering on one hand, and, you know, you've got a number of other card game I guess Pokemon was a Wizards of the Coast property as well. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that when, I mean, actually, this is, I suppose, maybe understanding this is one way you can understand a lot of sort of game business decisions, is that, you know, if your main product is like Magic the Gathering, the types of projects that you kind of want next are basically like Magic level successes. So in the case of Netrunner, I suspect the issue here was that it was a successful game, but it wasn't a Magic successful game. So this comes back to a little bit about what we were talking about with things like Disney, how Disney can have profitable... ooh, that's weird. Disney can have profitable businesses, but if those businesses are generating less profit than what their alternatives uses for the cash would be, and particularly if it's less than what, say, you know, the interest rate is, because, you know, you generally, if you're spinning off some free cash flow and you want to invest that into something. Yeah, so I think some of this I just need to accept that Dogtown is more demanding on my computer. We'll make this work out. Okay, I'm not gonna be like a cartoon dog and just follow the shinies every time. But yeah, right. You need to finance your operations somehow, and if you've got a division that's returning less than what your next best alternative for the money is, chances are you're not going to continue on with that thing, and that sucks for people who really like it. I'm not trying to suggest that this is like a good thing, and we should all be happy about it, but it is definitely something that. Okay. So it's not so much that I want to see what's going on here. I want to see what's happening with these others. Ooh. That really killed the performance. Okay. Cables that power up Captain Caliente now inactive. But yeah, anyway, so that was an early exposure that I had to... oh, that's such a neat idea. So this is the sort of stuff. Sorry, I know I'm all over the place in terms of the topics, but this is the sort of stuff I really like. Actually, I'll go so far as to say that I don't really feel like enough Cyberpunk games do this. I feel like a lot of Cyberpunk games miss the opportunity to do stuff like this, where you hack in, and like sometimes you'll see hacking as like, okay, this is sort of like the Deus Ex thing, right? I leveled up my lock picking, and so there was a way for me to go through this level with lock picking as opposed to blowing up the door or whatever. And sometimes, like, the best ones feel very natural, or it's sort of like, yeah, I want to do sort of a combination of my abilities or something like that. And I don't know, like, it could be that I'm just really whiny about this stuff, but a lot of times it can feel like it is like it feels very artificial. It feels like, okay, we need to make sure there's multiple ways for people to be able to do this thing. I think I am going to follow the fuse box at this point. Whereas what I like about this was, I was saying, is like, okay, so I'm hacking into this camera. Why am I hacking into this camera? Well, because I don't really know what's going on inside, and I want to try and find a way in. And through the course of trying to solve one problem, I was able to find some information about the inside of the building. Oh, there's mines waiting for me here. I better go and deal with those. And this feels like a much more natural way of me sort of using the cameras, to then hack into another thing, which, allows me to get another adventure, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know. I appreciate that it's hard to do. Another game that I think did this rather well was Harebrained Schemes' Shadowrun games. Another Cyberpunk setting, obviously. What else is this hooked up into? This might be the same. I think this is the same camera system as before. Yeah, that's how I saw it before. I shouldn't have been surprised by that. The only drawback I have with the only drawback I felt with the Shadowrun ones was it was hit or miss in some cases. Like, some of them were really good at it. And then some of them, I always felt that in those games, I always picked the wrong class. So, like, there was one game where it felt like they did some really interesting things with Deckers, but I'd already played a Decker. So I decided to go for like a street samurai, and as a result, I kind of felt like I missed out on a lot of really interesting directions. Whereas I think in like Shadowrun Returns, which was a Kickstarter project, they were figuring out what they were going to do with it. Like, I absolutely am not going to, to say what a shame it is that, Shadowrun Returns wasn't like Daggerfall. Like, Daggerfall was really amazing. But yeah, just, because I like variety, I sort of feel like I missed out on a couple of interesting approaches, just because they got better at hacking in some of the later games. Okay. So given that I expect we are going to be meeting Solomon Reed soon.
Caliente. Guy clearly went down with this place. Stash house by the looks of it.
Right. Let's see what's here.
I was actually going to try and talk about something in terms of the original Cyberpunk, but clearly I have other tasks here. So yeah, just before I go too much further, one thing that's worth remembering, we showed previously the trailers. So one of my, I don't know, assumptions or one of the suspicions that I have going in as a player as opposed to a character is that Solomon Reed was betrayed at minimum by Songbird, possibly by Songbird and the president. But the president seems to be under the impression that he is in an undercover operation, has been in an undercover operation for the past 7 years. So we'll see. All right, Save My Life from Gansuk Mayagmar Surenjin. My name is Gansuk, and I am a Mongol techno shaman. I come from the Ulaanbaatar, where I give help with people's cybernetics and spirits. I help many people corrupt with evil spirits that live in old cyber implants. Many commit suicide. I write to you because I have been kidnapped by Sovoil agents who make experiments on me to learn my abilities and make money. I break into their network to send this one message before they notice me. I ask that you send money to attached accounts so my family can pay Sovoil to free me. Please save my life. I will return the money and more when I am free. Read carefully. Amanda Nelson 2 encrypted. A certain corpo entered the net one night, and suddenly everything glitched, and he encountered a red demon who said, "Tomorrow at midnight you will be dead." The corpo did not place any faith in the threat and slept soundly that night after leaving the net. The next day he went to work and returned home, and nothing bad happened. But the next morning his daughter went to wake him. His optical implants were burned out. His entire body was scorched and cut in half. If you break this email chain, the same thing will happen to you tomorrow at midnight. If you send this to only 3 people, the demon will hurt someone you love. If you send this to 15, the demon will follow you on the net for 5 days, but do nothing to you. If you send this to all your contacts, your biggest dream will come true. It's true. It happened to my uncle. I'm very sorry to send this to you, but someone sent it to me first. It sounds silly, but forwarding this email will save your life. Pay or your head will explode from Nightmare. Hey Chum, today is your unlucky day. You're probably wondering who I am. I'm a voodoo boy. Probably heard of us. Remember the last time you hit the net? Yeah, me too. I hack your coprocessor and install a little surprise for you. Now you do what I say or your head goes boom. I think $1,000 is fair pay to keep your head. If you pay, I uninstall my surprise. If not, I blow up your head, but blow up the head of the person you love most first. And if you tell the NCPD, I blow up your head twice. You have 2 days to pay. And I know you read this because I install Spycam in your optics. We read it together. This is not a negotiation, Chooms. Do not reply. Just pay and you will live. Mega Medicine Lottery from Wisville87. Attention, Mega Medicine Lottery. Buy 2 tickets and get a third for free. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. Thousands of prizes are still available. Drugs, reanimators, primary care appointments, surgery vouchers, blood screens, cyberpsychosis vaccines, Ripper Doc referrals, and our grand prize, a 1-year Trauma Team Platinum package. Hurry while supplies last. Your neighbors already have their tickets. Buy yours now. I need your help from Loves... Dear Good Samaritan, I am desperate for your help. My name is Lovisa Kaukonen. I recently lost my job as a custodian at Euro Business Machines because I was in a horrible accident last May. Now my implants are no longer compatible with my nervous system. I lost function in both legs, right eye, and my left hand. Surgery is too expensive for me. My daughter is very ill, and my new baby is blind and deaf. It is my dream to show her the world, but I know I cannot afford treatment for both of us. I humbly ask you for a small donation to buy new Kiroshi eyes so that my little angel can see her mother and sister for the first time. I will not forget your mercy and generosity, Lovisa Kaukonen. You are a winner. Congratulations, greeting users. Due to your continued use of Kiroshi services, you were entered into a raffle and have been selected for 1 prize. Kiroshi Thermosense 9873. Reply to this email in the next 10 minutes to claim your prize. Hurry now, or another lucky user will be seeing the world in thermovision instead of you. The Kiroshi team. Pedos Nanogel Scam Alert. Warning, Scam Alert. Do not click any emails with ads for penis enlargement nanogel. This is a scam. Ordinary gels cannot stimulate new cell growth. The only tested and proven method for penis enhancement is still the Arisex hormone treatment. Our scientists at Arisex have developed a formula that will dramatically increase the length and girth of your penis in only 7 days. Join the thousands of other satisfied customers and order your kit today. I can't believe that it would work, but I was desperate. I only had a week to get my penis big, and I knew Mr. Stud wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, Arisex did the trick, and I've got the nail marks on my back to prove it. Thanks, Arisex. Dick Towers, real customer, verified penis growth. Order now while supply last. Feeling alone tonight from Hot USC Bio. Feeling alone and kinky. Women, men, agender or fluid. We've got someone for you, and we're as naughty as we are sexy. You've just one easy order away from living out your dirtiest fantasy. Check out our Double Trouble Genitals, Animalia, Tails, Scales, and more. Neural libido stimulants, and that's just the start. What are you waiting for? Contact us now and take your pick of the hottest tale in town. Are you ready to get wild? Hey, got a problem. If you read the above, it's too late. Your neural coprocessor has been infected. Send this message to 3 other people immediately, or in 7 days you'll go cyber psycho. Don't believe me? Good, because this isn't another chainmail. Send $5,000 to the attached account, or I'll melt your skull sponge. You believe me now? If you do, you're a moron. Open your eyes, Choom. Look around. The world as we know it, one big lie. Corporations, the media, politicians, they're all pulling the wool over our eyes 24/7. They want us to believe we live the best of lives in all the best of possible worlds. Want to know the truth? Night City's a fucking dystopian cesspool. The 20th century's worst fever dream nightmares have come true before our very eyes, yet we remain blind. We, born into dystopia, are utterly incapable of imagining life any other way. The porno billboards accost us on all sides. The synth shit we eat slowly melts us from within, and we continue paying out the ass for the privilege. You're sick. You want a cure? Listen to Good Doc Paradox. And finally, implants for cheap, cheap, cheap from Cyberware. To encrypted. Huge savings on discounted secondhand cyberware. Don't miss out. Today's deals: plastic synth skin, pink, hand size, medium, second gen, used 1 week only, near mint condition. Tech hair, green, shoulder length, luminescent, second gen, moderate use, occasional flickering, faint cigarette smoke smell. Alloy feet, chrome unpainted, men's size 8, first gen, light rust from lake water exposure. Price reduction due to lack of owner records. Synthetic calf muscle, red, no casing, mint condition, second gen, retrofit capable with older joint models. Items go fast, so buy now. Continue following us for the latest and best deals. So I get a feeling here, what's conspicuous about this is not all the spam. So you'd think that maybe what this is communicating is lack of attention to the computer. I actually think the fact that there are no real emails there is more conspicuous. So I actually think that this is something that is placed to look like it's been abandoned, and either there's been a system set up to delete personal messages within a certain time frame, or they've been manually deleted. All right, Roach Race, a quick review. I consider myself a real gamer, and I got to admit, Roach Race was one of the titles I'd been looking forward to all year. Nostalgia can be a bitch sometimes, but the devs really delivered on this one. It's an arcade game comparable to the great classics. Gameplay is fairly balanced, and I've sank countless hours into the game already. Devs really took Bushnell's law to heart, as the game is easy to get into, but even the hardcore players' mettle will be tested, while being quite simple in its nature. I couldn't be more excited about pro tournaments and seeing the scoreboards of players from all over the world. Sometimes it just feels like you can't beat simplicity in its beautiful arcade game form. Truth hidden in plain sight. We're like animals that have enough self-awareness to realize they're living on a farm, their freedom limited, their death inevitable, yet believing they understand the inner machinations of their small, isolated world, imperfect but familiar. The truth, as always, eludes us. Those in control try desperately to hide the fact that the truth cannot be found within the confines of that farm, but beyond it, below it. This dangerous, grim truth. The ones who watch us, control us, rule over us, steer us into our pen so cunningly we are not even aware of it. They offer scandals and outrageous conspiracy theories to excite us, mislead us, and deceive us into believing that we are capable of peeking behind the curtain. They do this to inflate our egos and to make us feel smart. This is no better illusion than overconfidence. They've conditioned us to look only where and when they want us to. The true nightmares. These can only be found on the periphery of our perception. Whole universes are being created in cyberspace, designed by powerful AIs at the behest of their corporate overlords. But what is their goal? Who or what is their target? What role does the black wall play in all this? This digital metaphorical wall of legend erected to shield us Homo sapiens from the threat of wild AIs. How do we know it even still exists? How do we know if Militech, Arasaka, or Nightcorp haven't breached it to contact the other side? What if these mysterious beings, born in the net, have already begun to make their way into our world? What if they're here already? Some might argue that a farm animal shouldn't care who their master is, so long as they are provided for with water, food. To those, I offer a warning worthy of the times we live in. Maybe the time has come to bite the hand that feeds. For those of you who are waiting for us to read Animal Farm, we did that already. Okay, I thought that was going to be a terminal for me to hook into. Archive conversation, Zoika and Wansky. Zoika, change of plans. We're hauling goods for Caliente now near the huge head sculpture. Place got preem fridges, so we're stashing parts with all that old food. Ew. What the fuck, dude? No, the place been shut for years. Never been there? Nope, never. Damn, all this talking made me hungry for some Caliente. Jesus, even by if by some miracle you find some stashed food, don't eat it. Gonna die, Choom. Yeah, no, I ain't no gonk. Are there any gear or preservatives at Caliente that we need to grab our own? Sorry, or do we need to grab our own? There's basic shit, so if you got some delicate parts, better grab your own equipment. It's more of an emergency storeroom in case everything else fills, and it is. Okay, I see. You gonna come by today, Zoiko? Nah, I think I got plans for today. Cool, no problem. A lot to read. So yeah, let me try and actually talk about some of the stuff that I was going to before the game decided to interrupt by being interesting. So one thing that kind of caught my attention, I've been trying... So one confession I have is I have absolutely no idea how you people keep up to date with all your podcasts. Mr. Had's client, Odell Blanco. Okay. I will do that. But I'm not going to do that now. Yeah, so I got a couple that I listen to pretty regularly, but if I don't keep on top of it, I fall behind really, really quickly. But given that basically Apple owns my soul, I don't know, I kind of give a small priority to that sort of stuff. And mostly... This isn't the phone number, is it? Or the phone number. Phone. I'm going to take a second just before I do that so I can at least finish the thought. But yeah, so I didn't realize that with the Apple Music subscription, there's a few sort of subscription-only podcasts that come along with it. So mostly it's just kind of like the stuff that you'd read on...
Huh. What's this?
Found it.
Antique. Junky variety. Wonder if it even works.
I'm very glad they didn't make me remember the number. I'm just gonna play my little game first. And then, as a Canadian, I feel a slight pressure to follow the career of George Strombopoulos. So the Strombo Show is another one that they do. It's certainly not bad. Like, I've had my gripes with him as an interviewer on a few occasions, but for the most part, I don't mind listening to it at all. It's like anything, right? Like everybody's a critic, so I want to be reasonably charitable, but I'm also not crazy about I don't know, like I do think it's important to maintain standards and like to be able to articulate why stuff is working. So like, for example, one podcast I listen to that's probably not going to be of any interest to the people who watch the channel. I'm going to do one more patrol around the edge before I call just to see.
Certified resale.
Just to see what the deal is.
What do you need, boss?
I wonder if there was the option to shove this out of the... Yeah, there absolutely was. But Power and Politics, I think, is a pretty decent show. And I originally watched it when... Or not watched, but listened to it when Rosemary Barton was the host. I think she went on to The National? I don't know, it's like kind of the flagship CBC news program. They replaced her with Vasi Kapellos, who I thought was quite good. I was a little bothered that she had a tendency to. So I like that she was generally not aggressive, but she was persistent with. Persistent bordering on aggressive might be the better way of putting it. With some of the politicians that should interview. It is definitely the DLC, and we pretty much went straight to the DLC as soon as we could. But you know that I tend to babble a bit, so I'm doing all right. I was actually talking in a very indirect way about a couple of things that made me appreciate the setting a little bit more. So I'm not going to call the number quite yet. I'll at least get the thought done, and then we'll, gives me a chance to catch up with everyone. But yeah, so one of the things I appreciated about her as a host was there was a case where I sort of felt there was a politician who was under quite heavy criticism, and I thought they actually gave a fairly decent answer to what she had asked, but she was really quick on asking the follow-up question that I don't think she really realized that she'd answered the question, so she sort of pushed him again. And that bugged me a little bit, because in that case I felt that the interview subject was being made to seem a lot more evasive than they actually were. But what I particularly noticed was that over time she got better at that she was still tenacious in terms of questioning, but was a little bit more charitable in terms of listening to the responses. Because again, anybody's going to have an off day, and everybody's going to have areas in which they can improve. But I think that was one of the qualities that I like. So, and again, I have no idea what her politics are. I know everybody was equally annoyed by her at some point, it would seem. But she moved on to another station, CTV, which is owned by Bell. And David Cochran that they've got. I don't want to be I understand what he's trying to do. I don't care for it personally. I do actually think the quality of the show's kind of gone down. So that's kind of where the, when I say, the Strombo show or that, do I care for it or not? It's mostly just there are varying degrees of, use. No, I don't want to say use. People kind of exist along a spectrum in terms of being hosts. It's a lot harder to host something than it seems. But one thing I've really liked about it is that they will, more so the Strombo show rather than the Zane Lowe show, but other than the fact that they're daily, so I almost never get a chance to catch up, they do some pretty good, people are going to hate me for calling it this, but historical stuff. So there was one on Pearl Jam, which finally means I get to listen to a bunch of that. And obviously that's the kind of music that will be playing around the time that, this setting was created. And I really failed to appreciate until I sort of just listened to that episode. It's sort of okay, no, when I sit down and read the old 2020 rule book, now that I have that music kind of rattling around my head, I'm I totally get this setting now. I absolutely see some of the tone that might be missing if maybe from what my first impressions of it would be, which is somebody playing the game in 2023 or 2022 originally. So that was a fun little side thing. Again, this just kind of reiterates the old point of trying to have broad exposure to things. Because honestly, I was so happy when Apple added the Apple Classical app, because that's I don't know. I don't want to suggest I'm classical only. I like lots of different types of music, but if given a choice, just give me the mood section. So Apple Classical will break it down by composer as well as mood, period, so on and so forth. And there's just enough really good old music out there that I can just live with that forever, and never check out anything even remotely modern. So being able to have a couple of things that basically get me out of those grooves is helpful. And in this case, it was something that allowed me to appreciate fascinating. I just listened to, or I don't know if anybody checks out I don't know if anybody checks out Code Wars. I just tried one of the Kumites, and I got like bad for 4KYU. Check out my solution. I was like, this is a wonderful way to never let me never let me or never get me to check out your response or to check out your response. Sorry, I just noticed something different. I'm so sorry. I wanted to actually get into this phone booth right away. Silva 139. I don't know. I don't know if I got through in the most recent response. How have you been? Because I am clearly failing to make any progress here. So I'm just responding to something here. Yeah. No, I don't want it to just be directly about me. I know I've been babbling on forever on this, but I got a little waylaid by a message. Okay, I'm gonna plug this in, and then I'll try and catch up on the other stuff I was gonna chat about.
I'll have a double cheeseburger while you're at it.
Reed? Listen, got no time to play games. Hello? Fossil's probably busted.
Or you flubbed the number.
What the fuck do we do now?
Who is this?
friend.
Andrew Jackson, basketball court. Daytime. Noted.
Not exactly loquacious, our man of mystery.
Could just prefer text. Damn sure I do.
Yeah, from your earlier comment there, Silva, it seems like you have played through some of, or all of, Phantom Liberty? 300 meters isn't that far, so we should be able to run it. But yeah, anyways, the last, I think I have 1 or 2 missions left. Oh, neat. Yeah, it's a little bit like Book of Hours. Like, I noticed on the Reddit there was a comment that somebody said they finished a run where they didn't commit anything to the skill tree, which is, you know, kind of what I wound up doing for my own run. So I don't exactly feel ownership over that type of play, and I kind of know that I'm not really going to make fast progress in anything that I do. So just like Book of Hours, kind of the aim is to drink it all in and see what's going on. Most of it's good, but you do have one gripe with it. Is it a gripe you feel comfortable sort of sharing at this point, or is it one that sort of you'd want to discuss later on? I'm easy either way. I don't mind discussing the deals. Just because I was given a key doesn't mean that I need to give it undying praise. Little spoilerish? Okay, well, I mean, we can talk about it if it comes up, if you think it might be. I usually kind of like to go with people's instincts, so if they don't directly say something, generally I trust their judgment that it's better to discuss later. But yeah, feel free to bank that and mention it when it comes up. I have a terrible memory for some things, but usually if somebody says, "Oh yeah, we talked about this later or earlier," then
Jada for the next gig.
Why him? He a weak ass pussy.
Yeah, but he's kind of hot. But no, thing is, he got some nervous supplements for
Ronnie? Shit.
Best seats in the house.
Gonna be a game to remember.
Johnny Silverhand. Basketball fan? That's new.
You know what I mean. Another game starting. One where your head's the fucking ball.
How do you mean?
You're up against seasoned players, whereas you just stumbled onto the court. These are trained sociopaths, pretend to be your friends while they fucking ain't. So go out and play. Just don't get played.
yeah, no, that's fair.
Just come out and say it. You don't trust Myers.
No, her type is all.
Politicians?
Worse, armed forces. Saying no to high-ranking cunts like putting your mouth over the barrel of their gun. Get shitty fast if you try to run. Take it from a deserter.
Never told me about that.
Nothing to be proud of. Tore out that chapter, crumpled it, swallowed it. Our sitch hairballed it back up. One thing I did learn, caked in blood, in mud. You even...
What was that?
After every carrot comes the stick. Allow me to illustrate. Every grunt gets a rifle, flak jacket, and a bunch of promises. Comes a time you're out of ammo, Kevlar's tattered cardboard. And what's left of the promises?
Fuck all, I'm guessing.
Exactly. And that's when they reach for the stick they call values. Getting shelled in your dugout, chooms are taking refreshing phosphorus showers, and some officers ranting about loyalty and duty. The moment you stop shitting carrots and they wave the value stick, fucking run, rabbit. Run.
Sounds like you got some shit to work through. Gotta face your demons sometimes, Johnny.
Didn't actually have a problem with them. Till now. Politicians, military runners, intelligence operatives, and Colonel Hanson for dessert. All the rotten fish in one fucking barrel, this dogtown.
Don't turn around. Eyes on the court. Hands, what you holding?
Got this token. Mean anything to you?
Does. I need to make sure.
Keeps his cards close, this one.
Who sent you?
Rosalind.
I don't know any Rosalind. And neither do you.
Got a pro spy here, V.
Is she safe?
Last time I saw her, she was. Can only hope that's still the case.
Right.
Right.
Were you followed? Did you even bother to check?
Dunno. Wasn't looking for a tail.
Well, you get 1 point for being candid. Attaboy. Black Thornton Merrimack, Illustrated. 3 minutes. Front seat.
That it? Interrogation over?
Already was starting to have fun.
Reed.
Slippery motherfucker.
I think we really hit it off.
Sure. Bet he's got candy in that van. Ready to find out?
Oh, I gotta find.
Hey, you see the guy I was talking to a millisecond ago?
Big guy? Coat looking like he's planning on flashing some kids, huh?
Hey, shut it or get lost.
King of Wands.
Vance's elbow has a hitch.
So this is one there's going to be two things that I do here. So I think most of the time we've got a pretty clear, we have a pretty clear idea in terms of who these are references to. So even though it has a Maelstrom character on it, I'm going to assume that this is supposed to be Solomon. So the master of planning and unorthodox ideas, an individual who brings people together and radiates inspiration to those they consider friends. However, their enemies will soon find that they are an impulsive, devastating force of nature, capable of breaking oaths and crossing any line just to see their goals achieved. How you doing, Cured? Thank you for your comment the other day. I'm assuming that this is the artist formerly known as Cured Charlie. I don't know that much about tarot, so I want to see what an internet search would provide. So first answer here is from Biddy Tarot. King of Wands keywords: upright, natural-born leader, vision, entrepreneur, honor, reversed, impulsiveness, haste, ruthless, high expectations. King of Wands description: the King of Wands sits on his throne holding a blossoming wand in his hand, a symbol of life and creativity. His throne and cape are decorated with lions and salamanders, both symbols of fire and strength. The salamanders are biting their own tails. They present infinity and the ongoing drive to move forward against all obstacles. Obviously, that is quite different from what the game presents. I'm going to go to the second option here from Labyrinthos. Upright keywords: leadership, vision, big picture, taking control, daring decisions, boldness, optimism. Reverse keywords: forceful, domineering, tyrant, vicious, powerless, ineffective, weak leader. King of Wands tarot card description: the King of Wands depicts a man who has in his hands a blossoming wand, which is set to represent creativity and life's passion. His throne, as well as his cape, are decorated with the salamander and the lion, which are symbols of fire and strength. The salamander that is biting his tail represents the infinity as well as the overall drive to move through all obstacles. The robe is bright and orange, resembling a flame, while the crown is shaped like a tongue of fire. Let's go ahead and take a deeper look at the symbolism behind the King of Wands. I don't think I want to read the full article. Number one, this is obviously their own their own site, so I'm assuming people who are interested can go check that out. But I was just mostly taking a look here, so I can definitely see how it lines up. But I'm also going to guess that the nature of Turo is for people to sort of draw their own conclusions.
Dude needs an upgrade.
Think it'll hitch today?
New business trends in sports. We are left with the following question. Is the essence of sports changing? Yes, it's all about breaking records and searching for the limits of human ability, although we've already pushed these limits hard with the aid of technology. However, can we still call sport a competition? Here, we especially need to consider an increasingly popular trend, building athletes from childhood. Of course, there has long been a technological race in sports. In this aspect, it is an industry like any other. There is also a long tradition of huge investments in both teams and individual athletes, as well as in events and tournaments. However, it's one thing to pack Chrome into young, yet already grown people based on their talents developed in a particular direction, and another to burden the bodies of children as young as 9 with multiple implants. In such extreme cases, I guess it's hard to even call it a competition anymore. Other than that, between technology companies fighting amongst themselves for the most optimal test yard, young people seem to be treated more like implant carriers destined for a specific sport, rather than talents whose performance can be tuned up a notch with these implants. Burdened by these thoughts, I can't get 2 very important questions out of my head. Is there still a place for competition and excitement in sports? And what do genuine enthusiasts get out of sports these days? Now, I'm sorry, it's going to feel like I only read like 1 or 2 books, but does remind me of the book Range. So does anybody happen to remember the last time I brought that up? And the reason I'm asking that in the form of a question is I could actually really do with a refill on my tea. So I'm not going to do a full-on break. I'm just going to put the kettle on, but I figured that'll give people a chance to answer if they want to. And if everybody's like, yes, we've already heard you talk about that, don't you dare bring it up again, I can move on. But there are a couple of interesting ideas relevant to that. So I'll be back in just a quick second. And I do mean 1 second. I just needed to turn the kettle on. I'll have another break to actually pour the hot water.
Oh, not a doubt in my
But one
mind.
thing I really liked about the book Range,
With the right guns installed,
I
man,
probably had about an hour of system talk before, which didn't wind up going anywhere. But one of the things I really liked about Range is that it's almost like the antidote to 10,000 hours thinking. Because it's not that study is bad or that it's the wrong conclusion. It's that people take the wrong conclusion from that study. He did say the front seat, so let me just we'll do okay, can't go into the driver's seat. We'll let the game play and then we can talk. Stringer Bell. Use a payphone and everything.
Before we go, apologies for the precautions. I only ever risk so much. Sometimes it's just safer to shove the barrel of a Malorian between a Troon's ribs, even if he is on your side. It's nothing personal. No hard feelings, I hope.
Odd introduction, but nice meeting you too, Reed.
Not a phrase I often hear in this trade. You're not in the biz, V. Our biz.
Actually, I am. Though just since yesterday.
I was about to say your first times out are the hardest, but I'm not gonna lie. I combed FIA data for info about you. Interesting profile. Arasac of counterintelligence, terminated for undisclosed reasons. Now, a freelance merc, working for the FIA as of last night. One thing eludes me. What drove you to get entangled in this mess?
Songbird hired me. Know her?
Show me.
Something up?
We used to work together. I thought I heard the last about her, but that girl's a magnet for trouble. Right. It's time we paid our friend in distress a visit. Address, please.
Just, FYI. Not so sure you're gonna like it.
Try me.
Abandoned building on Crest Street, 8th floor.
Damn straight I don't like it. You left her alone? In Dogtown?
Myers can take care of herself. Not a damsel in distress. Saw her take charge.
Okay, sorry to do this. I need to get my tea ready to go. I am going to answer your question, Cured. I do also want to try and get that range thing out of the way, but now I actually do need a minute just to get my my affairs in order. So I will be back. I'm going to try and keep it under 2 or 3 minutes. But I am going to run ads for a little bit just so that when people come in, they don't get hit by the first round. So we'll, or the pre-roll, but we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully those ads are done. But yeah, so I have a slightly longer answer to that. So I'll answer your question. I think Silva's kind of already got this for you. But because we're going to have voice acting going on, I'll answer this for you. So Cured asked the question, how has Cyberpunk been so far? I absolutely adore the Fallout franchise, and I suppose Baldur's Gate counts too, and was tempted to pick this up. How is it holding up with a new update? So Silva139 says, absolutely worth playing, may still run into a few bugs here and there, however, and I am inclined to agree with that, but I'll unpack it a little bit as well. Bugs are what make games worth play. I mean, I agree. I think I gave an example last week where I said, there's a somewhat I think it's famous Skyrim bug where like this woman, like it's like the game thinks she's in water. So you have like the sound of swimming and she's like swimming in midair and stops and turns to you and says, "The gods know what you have done." And then she just swims away with no other interaction. And that's amazing. If that happened to me in a game, I would never stop talking about it. That is clearly not the game like working the way it was intended, but that is truly special. Anyways, Kieran says, faced a final boss in Baldur's Gate 3 earlier, and every character in the battle was T-posing. Goofiest battle ever. I actually really liked in the early access period for Baldur's Gate 3, I had my backstory for him was he was a pirate, and he had a wiggly beard. He would always wiggle his beard in approval. I think they've improved that in the release, though. So the Silva also offers a bit more about version 2.0. So since the new update, the main issue you've ran into is the road disappearing from under you, but it's keeping its collision, so it's kind of like flying. Also, mainly that only happens if you're going zoom or if you don't have a lot of people or cars in the game. Free cover card had to drop both to keep running it. Kind of disappointed. I haven't seen the trees arc over the road again. That happened with your first playthrough for Cyberpunk. Oh, interesting. I didn't run into that. So yeah, Kieran, so I want to give some context. So first of all, I was given a key both for Cyberpunk 2077 and Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty from GOG. So in addition to the fact that I'm sort of talking up that you can buy it on GOG, see what I did there? Just the fact of the matter is, whenever I talk in terms of enjoyment or like recommendations for games, there's the disclosure I do at the beginning, but I also think when it comes down to like recommendations, it's really, to me, I see a lot of value in just being upfront about that. It's not that I think I have like, I'm some silver-tongued devil that makes people wind up buying things because I like them. But I do think it's reasonable to just sort of be upfront about the context, particularly because other people may not necessarily know that fact about me. So I will confess I was actually rather skeptical about Cyberpunk 2077 leading up to the release. And it was a very lonely place to be because beyond people who are just being cynical for the sake of being cynical, it was a lot more rare than I think people want to admit to run into people who thought that this was going to be anything other than, just the greatest game ever released. Now, it's also fair to say I've never played Witcher 3 and I did not care much for Witcher 1. So... I was probably primed to be a bit skeptical about it, but like I remember being pretty clear with some people saying like when the Keanu Reeves reveal was, it's like there's basically going to be like two diverging timelines, and there's going to be one where the Keanu Reeves reveal is like the last big epic moment in this massive marketing campaign that really just showed how it was a new era in terms of gaming. And then there's going to be another pathway where this is like the doom. This was the big tell that it was doomed because they had to break out celebrity endorsements rather than letting the quality of the game speak for itself. And obviously it wasn't either of those things. But the release clearly was not what people were expecting. And I found myself in the weird position of being skeptical about the game prior to release, but actually quite liking it when it came out, even in its early version when it was quite buggy. Now, I'm not playing on console. I'm not saying that people who, had problems with the game were unjustified in their opinions about it. But the fact of the matter is that I feel that there was a very large overcorrection for the marketing campaign. And as somebody who finally got to appreciate the Bethesda-style RPG from playing Elder Scrolls from Arena up to Oblivion, I actually really appreciated the game, and much more so than I think I would have had I not played those games before. So I have actually liked Cyberpunk since before the new update. I am very much enjoying Phantom Liberty. Now, I will say I've not played the game to completion, but I've played a good chunk of the base game. Phantom Liberty kind of hits all of the things that I think are really, like, just generally are interesting. So, like, I do kind of like spy stories and sort of techno thrillers. I think Neil Stephenson has this nice sort of quip about techno thrillers, which is like basically they're science fiction except the president's the main character is kind of what that is. And if you admit, like, that is kind of what it is. And there is, I think, something kind of interesting. So like the things I find most interesting in the Cyberpunk setting specifically are media's trauma team and essentially what espionage looks like in this world. And you get a little hint of it in the Corpo start as because you work in Arasaka counterintelligence, I believe. They don't really go in depth with it. And it really does feel like Phantom Liberty goes into this really interesting place. There's a lot of things that are building up in the setting in terms of this idea of the NUSA, an increasingly authoritarian government that is trying to reestablish the old United States, and the wars being fought over that, and the tremendously fraught political situation where you have the president of the NUSA crashing into Night City, which is sort of this very gray area, and all of the implications that come out of it. So it's absolutely the sort of stuff that you would expect, like a Dan Brown kind of a story out. I'm not trying to suggest like Dan Brown is the height of this type of literature, but it's like the first one that I could sort of think. I guess Clive Cussler is another example of this sort of thing. But like if you kind of like those, those people who can like kind of spin a good yarn, even if they're kind of preposterous stories, like you have the sort of thing where it's like, okay, I see exactly the pieces on the board here, and I kind of roughly have an idea about all the different ways that they're going to wind up colliding with each other in interesting places. I've not played Deathloop, no, but I guess that's going to be available on Game Pass soon, or maybe it already is. I should check it out. But yeah, so I think so here's one thing I will say about this is that I am happy that people are allowing themselves to enjoy Cyberpunk now. I dislike the idea of this redemption arc for Cyberpunk because I don't ever really feel that it was a game that needed to be redeemed, even if it was one that maybe didn't turn out the way that they had been planning. Like I can remember some things that were talked about over the course of development that didn't survive to the end, or the finished version. But I do like the improvements that they made in version 2.0. I'm very much enjoying Phantom Liberty, even though I'm sort of early in it. It's got some nice big sort of set pieces to keep you excited. And yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I wanted to hook into was your comment on Fallout, because I've not played a lot of the Fallout series, but I figure if it's touching on the things that I liked about, about finally getting into the Elder Scrolls, then I think it would be, I think probably that's the biggest indicator of, sorry, I'm trying to toss away some garbage without splattering it all over the floor. I think that's probably the biggest indication in terms of where there may be some overlap in terms of our interests. But obviously, if you have any specific questions from the gameplay, feel free to ask. But I'm finally going to let Mr. Elba earn his paycheck by acting at us.
Yeah, me too. It's not a first rodeo. Survived a few assassination attempts. Real tough. But still. She is the president. Hold up. I need to take this. Why you calling me on my day off? Last I heard, you're the manager. Ask Bob. He owes me a favor anyway. Yeah, well, tough nuts. You'd have to manage without me. Boss man, I work the door at a club. Selection, bouncing.
just going to see if I can maybe improve the frame rate a little bit by... I know if I stay on that menu for a bit, there's a price to pay. I may need to reset the game because I notice... Oh, there we go. So it'll lag a little bit in the main game, but hopefully we'll get some of the frames back.
Can think of one thing we have in common. Both got potential we're wasting.
Being on Arasaka's payroll's realizing one's potential?
Got a grudge. Saka step on your toes that hard.
Yeah, they tried to off me. Botched it. End of story. You tell me.
Makes two things in common. Though something tells me we won't stop at that.
This is not how I imagine spending my day off.
Saving the president? Great action BD shit right there, am I right?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. Does my ass still smoke?
Snitches get stitches, man.
So that'll be a yes. Not good. When things start to spiral out of control, she's likely to light up. It's high time we help her out.
It's not that kind of cigarette. I like the music selection here.
Let's go.
By the way, if you want, just to give you an idea of the spy stuff I actually like, if you haven't watched it, I've not seen it to the end, but I'm really enjoying The Americans, particularly because I don't know if it was the inspiration for it, or this just winds up being a connection, but there is actually a Canadian legal case that is very close to where the series seems to be going. But anyways, I want to read Solomon Reed. Solomon Reed is a sleeper agent of the Federal Intelligence Agency, FIA, and among the best agents in the NUSA's ranks. In his heyday, Reed could compete with legends like Morgan Blackhand, but he was never interested in being a one-time star and collecting medals on his shelf. People like Reed look for something greater than themselves, and he found that by serving his country, no matter how dirty the work. His dossier includes thwarted assassination attempts on important figures and successful negotiations with kidnappers, but also blackmail, sabotage, and operations and coups in South American republics. His last mission, to build a network of spies in Night City during the Unification War. In 2070, when the conflict became a lost cause for the NUSA, Reed's cell was disbanded and he dropped off the radar. Though he no longer reads the morning report with his breakfast, for 7 years he has been waiting for a particular phone call, a call that just came in.
So this is the place.
Gonna try one more time on the map, because that did actually seem to work. But I don't know if going back to the journal spoiled that for me. Okay, so...
8th floor.
Yeah.
Lead the way.
I hear relic sounds.
Honestly, this is not inspiring confidence.
Relax, she ain't alone. Made some new tunes, locals. Introductions were a little dicey, but she turned on the charm. Probably has her Dogtown campaign staff by now.
This keeps getting worse and worse. If anyone had tried to extract her forcibly, this whole level would be in shambles. No way she would have gone quietly. Take point.
Open up. It's me.
Yeah, coming.
Don't move a
Fuck's
muscle.
sake. Again?
Where is she?
That's enough, gentlemen. Put your tools away, gents. Compare length and girth when I'm not around.
You the boss?
Are you sure?
Look around. Positive.
You remembered my number?
Some numbers you never forget.
Level with me, Rosalind. You never intended to call that line.
Well, I found myself in Night City with a bounty on my head. So it seemed the right moment to reach out, have a tete-a-tete, reset an old friendship.
I'd offer to sit down and chat over coffee, but the clock's ticking. I need to arrange a passage for you to Washington.
No, Reed. We need to talk first, all three of us. Come on, we should talk in private.
The president, a merc, and a special agent walk into the Oval Office. Question is, where do I fit into this joke?
You've seen the news.
Uh-huh. Hansen's spin work never fails to amuse.
He's not acting purely on his own initiative. Someone from our camp's propping him up.
So, the cast of hawks squawking for war.
For some, the war never ended.
This shit runs deeper, Reed. I wasn't alone on that flight.
I heard So-Mi was on board. Where is she now?
V was the last person to talk to her.
Most likely scenario. Got caught in some ice in the combat bot when she hacked it. One little mishack. Happens even to the best. But no way to know for sure.
Unfortunately, we need hard evidence, not speculation. Reed, I needn't remind you what this means for the NUS's national security. Besides, she's your prodigy, Saul. You taught her all your tricks. Hell, even recruited her. She and V have a unique bond. It's a lead. Our only one for now. You two have to find her. Together.
I already died for the cause once. Not enough?
What do you mean, already died?
What has Myers told you about me?
Said you led an intelligence cell here. Went into hibernation at war's end.
So she omitted the fact that Arasaka tried to smoke me. And that I ended up in intensive care with 3 bullet holes. That 6 months had passed before I could take a shit on my own.
Huh. Might have slipped her mind.
Convenient. Well, now you know.
Look, every moment we spend pouting here, our chances of finding So-Mi alive drop. Hard. Barely know you, but you don't seem like a chum who'd leave their agent out to dry. She won't survive without backup.
Don't know me well, but well enough, I guess. I wouldn't. I'm here. I'll help. But I'm doing it for So-Mi and my country. Call me naive if you like. As for you, V, you said in the car Songbird hired you, correct? I don't know how much she's paying, but you better ask yourself, is it worth it?
Songbird's my only shot at surviving. Got Arasaka's relic in my head. Slowly, surely, poaching my brain.
Seems we're all on the same page now, V. Which means we can help each other, too.
I am an absolute sucker for the use of Venetian blinds in this this area.
Agreed. Think so too.
If we want to find So-Mi, we gotta dig deep. I mean, actual reconnaissance. No stone unturned. We need contacts, informers not afraid to sing, who might see something in it for themselves. You'll need to earn their trust.
Rest easy. Can be real persuasive when I need to be.
Zeal's good, but don't wreak havoc. Not too much, not yet. I need to arrange a safe passage to Washington for Myers. Expect my call soon, V.
Thanks. For everything.
Stay safe. And don't let the bastards get you.
Same to you, V. May we meet again in more favorable circumstances.
All right, I need to make some calls.
Mayor's notes. Contact Dr. Bayer. Important conference regarding SFO. Throw under the bus media and see security department. Sack Lewis, reprimand Lloyd and Hannah. Warn agency. Reinstall SR. No questions asked. I'm assuming that's Solomon Reed. Handle the funeral. Civil burial. No cameras. Compensate the families. Call mum. Anonymous payment for J and T. Which I'm assuming are our friends outside. Diary of Tenants. Some DIY whiz made one hell of an idea with his generator and a pump to siphon the water from the nearby building. Genius. Brought a cylinder of gas of my own here in exchange for using your stuff. I'm leaving the unit as is. Gas is on me, my treat. To whoever left all this gear, you're a lifesaver. There's a 99% chance I would have made some regrettable decisions without it. To any and all future tenants, enjoy the luxury. Haley, I ain't much of a techie, but I got a gift of my own, leaving some brewskis in the fridge. If you manage to get the power flowing, have yourself a nice cold one, kick back and enjoy. Most other appliances are busted, so I didn't touch nothing in case I'd fuck things up even more. All I needed was a mattress and a bit of R&R before moving on. Sam, I took the jacket someone left near the front door. I'm sorry I couldn't leave something for anyone coming after me. Thank you all, R. How you doing, Aegis Sounder? So I'll try and talk about the range. So I wanted to talk about range in relation to...
So what's the future hold in store for J&T?
Two options. We die in Dogtown, or we hit the road, scoot far, far out of here. I guess it comes down to our dear Madame Prez. Will she keep her word?
All good, Jacob?
Doggone fairy tale, V. This Rosalind chick, piece of work if I ever seen one. Thinking we might have had a moment. Shame she ain't finna stay longer.
Yeah, so I figured that they would be giving me more information than anything, so...
Gonna boost soon. Keep an eye on Jay, will you?
One shitty nanny I'd make. Hey, keep it real, V.
Gotta evac soon. Watch yourself out
Nah,
there,
the
Jacob.
world better watch out for Jacob.
Yeah, just remember to knock before you enter any shady-looking digs.
See, if I came knocking last night, I'd have missed the chance to meet my babe Rosalind. And you, I suppose. That's life for you, V.
I'm very glad to hear
There's a
that
lesson
Aegis...
in all this, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I think they're fine. I definitely don't regret... It's very important to focus on the important things. No, I think they're fine. I definitely don't regret keeping them in the area. Yeah, I think that's probably the natural response that people have, but it's, you know, my logic behind it was that we're looking for information. I mean, it's essentially the logic that I had was pretty much the same that Solomon just expressed, in terms of sort of making contacts and not making too much of a noise to start off with. Whether or not that's right, I mean, it's not like I am, you know, anything I know about intelligence basically comes from the movies and books, and usually they're like, I don't want to say trashy books, but they're not. Okay, like John le Carré, yeah, that's not bad. But you know, like some of the stuff that I gave as an example would be pretty pulpy. So yeah, you know, I'm not going to pretend that I know the right call in that, but in general, I didn't see a situation where I saw more potential benefit from getting an understanding of the area, despite Rosalind's wish to take him out. Okay, everything's smooth sailing so far, but the hardest part's around the bend. I'll buzz you as soon as we're out of Dogtown, and don't forget to watch your own back. Still a lot of Hanson's patrols on the streets. I think I'm going to follow up with Mr. Hands here. Gig objective, rescue Anthony Anderson. Haven Clinic on Montaña de Oro Avenue. The poor never catch a break, do they? Anderson's clinic can barely make ends meet, and now the scavengers are giving them hell too. The gang has some business with the good doctor, and he couldn't care less. He's barricaded himself in his office. Nobody in, nobody out. What's worse, Anderson's the only physician the clinic has. Please speak to his assistant Odell Blanca at the scene and get this sick situation sorted. So I am going to follow up on that one. Yeah, definitely looking for extra gigs in Dogtown. More pigs. Oh, right. This is Claire. And then I do know I do know Bozo backwards. This is actually a really fun one. But I'm gonna settle this one first. All right. Haven Clinic. The Holy Haven Catholic Church was built with donations from the pockets of Night City's wealthy Catholics at the time when South Pacifica was set to once again become home to the city's affluent. Although the church construction was completed, an exodus of investors buried any hope of repopulating the neighborhood. It wasn't until Kurt Hansen seized control of Dogtown that the church's pews began to fill. Down on their luck, outlaws prayed here for a better tomorrow and sought forgiveness for the sins that had forced them to seek refuge behind Dogtown's walls. But when a better tomorrow never came, and the new sins erased the memories of the old, the ranks of the faithful began to wither. The parish's most recent pastor, Odell Blanca, helped repurpose the church building to house a clinic for the area's neediest, which he runs together with the Ripper Doc and physician Anthony Anderson. Although the scope and quality of medical care here leave much to be desired, Haven Clinic remains the only hope for many of Dogtown's destitute. As Odell might say, when you have nothing, everything is a gift. I also think the architecture on this is really interesting because it definitely reflects kind of like an American sort of mega church as opposed to sort of what you'd traditionally associate with a Catholic church, like normally buildings shaped as crosses. I mean, I've been in Anglican churches that are shaped as crosses traditionally, but this definitely reflects a very. And I just to be clear, I really hate it when I hear Americans running down their country. So like I don't want to try and imply, like when I say the American architecture with this kind of sneering contempt. Like I mean this in a very like I think they actually had to move, but there was like, you know, the sort of like the Crystal Cathedral. So Robert Schuller's like old place, or like I don't know, I'm assuming Joel Osteen probably has like, you know, again, I'm not trying to suggest these are like good things, but like that's what I'm talking about, those kinds of buildings, which are definitely very different from, you know, some kind of basilica that you might have in mind especially if you think of Europe. All right, Anthony Anderson, the chief and only surgeon at the Haven Clinic on Montaña de Oro Avenue, and it's not clear how he learned his trade or where he worked before, but the unbroken composure he maintains in any situation would suggest a field hospital after a bloody, hopeless battle. Empathy is not Anderson's strong point, but it would be wrong to consider him devoid of feeling. The very fact that he has chosen to devote his skills to serving the poorest residents of Dogtown speaks volumes, which begs the question, why? Okay, I'm sorry to rant about this, because this is kind of like... I don't know if I'm trying to say claiming to be the good. I think what I'm aiming for on this is there are modern architectural sensibilities at play for some of this. And there is a different kind of experience of religion that I think is at play in such institutions. I would probably be going for a cheap shot if I said that it was insincere, but obviously there is something of a problem with some of the mega churches, which are very large commercial enterprises, and whether or not they are in line with what one might consider the appropriate function of religion would be. Yeah, I think that would probably be a good way of putting it. And obviously, I think that's a really appropriate design choice for Cyberpunk, right? if you were to think of like, so you can say to yourself like, what are your inspirations for making a church area? Because that's not the only church we've been in, right? Compare that to the one that we saw in Pacifica, where with the voodoo influences in that. There's lots of different ways that these have been represented in the game. And then of course, if you want to talk about broader religious experience, you have like Misty's Store and things like that, but that's not really where I'm going with it. If you're specifically thinking of a church, it's interesting just to sort of see specifically the building and what that says about. So the stuff that I tend to like about this is what it says about the location before it became what it is. It's one thing to write that in text that we saw here, but it's another thing to sort of talk about it in terms of the building. Because, and this is true for just about any city that you're in. I'm a little lucky, like I love living in Vancouver, but I don't like to see older buildings. I often would sort of be traveling somewhere. In Ottawa, there's definitely buildings which are quite historical. And what's sometimes most interesting is to see the building, and actually it was probably when I went to London that I got an even greater appreciation of this, which are buildings that serve another purpose now, but were historically designed for something else, but and have sort of a requirement that they be preserved, like heritage buildings. It can sort of be interesting to sort of see the different functions of these. And like I'm not trying to make a really big significant cultural point here. Like this can sometimes be true. Some restaurants I go into, it's obviously that was a house, like a home at some point. And it's been converted into a, like a cafe or something like that. But it is a neat touch. And I particularly like it in the context of Cyberpunk, because obviously it talks about sort of the shifting priorities of this city that was intended to be one thing and became something different. And Dogtown, which is, one step even further on that. All right, Odell Blanco, formerly a Catholic priest, now a spiritual advisor to patients at the Haven Clinic in Dogtown. An idealist, but also a man who isn't afraid to face the truth. When the pews at his congregation began gathering dust, he chose to act. Instead of closing the church's doors to unbelievers, i.e. Dogtown newcomers looking for a roof over their heads, Odell opened them even wider. With the help of Anthony Anderson, a surgeon with a mysterious past, they set up a clinic for the most needy, poorest residents. If constant exposures to the clinic's hopelessness hasn't led Odell to a crisis of faith, it either means he never truly believed in God or that he's a saint. The village that you live in has the same beautiful Tudor buildings that are just pound shops or dodgy pubs now. Yeah, I have probably been to to a couple of the places, not the specific ones, but a couple like it. I didn't spend a lot of time in the UK, but I got to see that. It's really interesting, right? When you run into places like that. I think anyway. I mean, maybe I'm just too easily fascinated by things, but okay. I'm gonna see if I can find this. The spot to hack, and I'm going to see if I can make that earlier point that I wanted about the sports. So the reason why I kind of rag on the 10,000 hours stuff is that the study is not like a bad one. It's actually one of these like classic cases where somebody reads something in a paper and then they want to make a headline, and then like they make the paper say something that it didn't necessarily say. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it up. Yeah, I'll save that for another time. I'll walk it unless I get stopped. I think he's mentioned that there was curfew. So the problem with no, haven't swapped out legs yet. I will. I think I ran out of money, and I also was at the limit of my cyberware at some point. But we'll figure it out next chance I stop by Ripperdoc. I don't exactly have a lot of cash anyway. But yeah, so the problem mostly with the 10,000. So like I'll be honest with you. I don't care much for Malcolm Gladwell's stuff, and I really don't think Outliers helped. I know a lot of people really like it, so I'm sorry if you like Malcolm Gladwell stuff and you take that sort of criticism personally. That's obviously my complaint with the book, not with the people who read the books. And I feel like there's a little bit more of a reckoning for that sort of stuff happening. Like there's been this long replication crisis in psychology. But I noticed like the Dan Ariely stuff. What's the other name? There's the other research. She's like suing Harvard right now. This is from Data Colada. Francesca Gino. There's definitely pretty strong evidence that they fabricated results. So like this has definitely been a problem for a while, but I feel that it's finally starting breaking through into some more of the mainstream stuff. I'm just gonna do the reply. So hey, buried of today, Columbarium near North Oak. Thought you might want to know. How do you feel? I intend to get thoroughly shit-faced today. And I feel that books like Outliers kind of contributed to that sort of thing. Like, you know, there's always a big premium for the kind of gee whiz conclusion that sells books, kind of like some of the stuff you see in like Michael Lewis books as well. And again, like I like Liar's Poker. I'm not trying to say that everything Michael Lewis wrote was terrible, but clearly like Going Infinite is a very embarrassing release for him lately. And I think the problem with the way people responded to the 10,000 Hours study was that they took a very specific set of skills that were the subject of that study, and they generalized in a way that was not appropriate. So when you have someone like Laszlo Polgar, training his daughters in chess since they were very little, and they wind up becoming three. This feels weird watching you swear after watching your Secret History. Yeah, Kieran, it's weird. A lot of people say that. What I try and do, there are definitely some words I won't say on stream, but what I try and do is I try and match the game. I try to read the game as present. So, like, if there was foul language in Secret Histories, I would I would deliver. Yeah, I deliver the words, but because Secret Histories has a particular tone, it's weird when you're playing kind of a grittier, street level world where people curse, because it's, you're right, it's kind of out of character. I'm not like, I don't get the vapors when I swear. Like it's gonna be a little like I am a normal person, right? But yeah, like what I guess the biggest thing is that I don't really feel I enhance the game by adding my extra every once in a while I'll maybe let something fly. But anyway, we're on our way already eastbound. No major hiccups. I hope you're staying equally trouble-free. Remember to keep your head down and dog down, even when you think you don't need to. Are our mutual friends happy with their new Rayfield? They've been taken care of. No need to worry about them anymore. Okay, so they wind up in the same place no matter what. This does not bode well for my payment. Your views on a polite system, Chalk, are crumbling down. Well, I like to think as polite as I can be. I'm like, again, I'm not going to pretend I'm a saint, but yeah, I will read the game as written, barring I think certain very common sense limits. But I'm sorry to disappoint. Okay. I am going to take, just because we're about to do it, I do want to get the idea about the 10,000 hours thing, because it's actually been bugging me for a bit, and I wanted to speak to it. So, like the chess stuff, I'm trying to think if there's another, that's like another really good example of that. But the funny thing about that study, and I think even the author of it is one of the people to point this out, is that study doesn't generalize to all disciplines. In fact, chess is one of the very few examples where the 10,000 hours thing works, and it's largely like, it's mostly just because, like, if you sit, like, if you want to get better at chess, like sitting down with a lot of chess problems and just experiencing a whole lot and building up that like mental database of positions, like there has been some work. I think the experiment that people did on Chess Masters was, even things like having a truck with a chess position like drive by, so they would only look at it for a few seconds and have them be able to recreate the board. And essentially what would happen is that if it was a logical, like if it was an actual position from a chess game, they would be good at doing it. But if it was a board of randomly dispersed pieces, which very likely means that there's probably a couple of impossible placements there, the chess masters actually did quite poorly on recreating the board. And that tells you a little bit of something about the sort of the mechanisms through which they've achieved that level of mastery. And it turns out that for a lot of the things, particularly a lot of the knowledge work that we really value today, the whole idea of trying to achieve this 10,000 hours of mastery, like I think there's something to be said for sort of like focused practice in the sense of like trying to get better at something like that. I'm not trying to say like throw the whole thing out, like the idea of getting yourself to a level where you are actually, and in danger of making a mistake, like of where you're really pushing yourself. By the way, I'm totally lying when I say I don't have a lot of money. I thought that was 8,300, not 83,000. So I could probably afford some better legs now. Yeah, I'm not trying to suggest that, you should not practice at all. It's not a complete, contradiction, but the idea that this like 10,000 hours of practice, that's true. Like if your aspiration is to become a chess master, then yeah, you're going to need to do that kind of work. If you want to become like a great concert pianist or, I don't know, a sports, top at sports or something like that, there's some evidence that it is counterproductive. And if you want an account of the evidence, that book Range is a very good one. Have you heard of what former Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano openly wrote to the American people? I have not, Aegis. Is this something I should look up, or is it something that you'd like to share in chat? I'm happy to do it either way. Is this something recent? But yeah, Range does this nice broader look. I think the subtitle on it is something like "Why Generalists Succeed in a World of Specialists" or something like that. And one of the mechanisms that they talk about, and I think this is relevant to that sports article, was there is a certain period of time where you just need to figure out what you're good at. So, like, the kind of parenting that makes you think like, oh, Mozart was composing, was composing music at like age 5, if my child isn't a master in the violin, while they're still in single digits, they're going to fall they're gonna fall apart. No, I've definitely have not read this then, Aegis. But yeah, so I liked it just because it sort of speaks to my particular interests. I do have fairly broad interests, but the reason why I thought this was relevant, I do recommend the book, by the way. I can try and find the details about the author and such, but the reason why I thought about range when I read the Shard, and just for the benefit of anybody who might be coming in later. That was... maybe it's Society... World? Can't be leaflets, is it? Yeah, I'm not good at navigating the archives here. But this idea that you've got, basically kids being filled up with cyberware so that they become sports masters is actually very much kind of almost the satire of the 10,000 hours idea, where you have people who are not necessarily in a position to decide whether or not this is the thing that they're actually talented at, being augmented in such a way that they're sort of forced into it. That was definitely one that I thought a lot about. What do you think of Songbow? I don't think it's too off topic. I was quite interested in her as a character, and then she sort of went away. So I'm curious to see how this all winds up coming back. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and I'm sorry to be this guy, but I get really annoyed by this phrase, and I know people have strong feelings the other way. Begs the question is a logical fallacy, which means you are assuming the conclusion of your argument. So, to say you were talking about the one where she took over the tank, right? I was delighted by that for sure. So in the productivity article that I wrote, I'm hoping at least one person. No, exactly. This is actually one reason why I recommend the book Range, because it actually gives an example. There's a minor version of that happening today, but I think there are a lot of people who are learning to hate things that they may otherwise enjoy or may actually be able to excel at if they're allowed to come to it on their own terms, as a result of some of this like Tiger Mom and this 10,000 hours outlier sort of stuff. So it's the one reason why I wind up recommending the book so much. Again, I'm not trying to save the world with it. I just think it's a good read, but it's also better research than some of the stuff that tries to promote 10,000 hours. But yeah, so if any of you read that productivity article, one of the early examples that I give in terms of productivity is I build this really simple model where, if you don't put any investment in labor, capital, or marketing, the result is effectively zero in terms of sales. And I specifically point out that this is not a convincing argument to someone who thinks that you just need to make a good game, because the assumption of the model is that if you don't put any money into marketing, it comes out. So that is an example of begging the question, although the point of that example is not to release it. Asking the question, inviting the question is why. But I know nobody uses it this way, so... it's not a chess book, but let me bring up WorldCat really quick. I know some of you are here for the video games, so there is an example of chess inside of it. He actually specifically addresses the Polgar sisters, which is that's an amazing accomplishment, by the way. But again, it's about what that study's specifically saying, as opposed to I actually should buy a copy of this for myself. I usually just sign it out of the library. This is the book I was talking about. Anyways, I'm sorry. I will not let the begs the question, ask the question thing die. It bugs me. I think it indicates a slovenliness in terms of thinking that explains a lot of problems.
Odell Blanco? Name's V. Fixer said you need a hand.
More like a miracle. If the scavs don't scatter soon, our patients will start dropping in the street.
Thought Hansen's goons kept the Dogtown gangs at bay.
Scavs must have struck a deal with Bennett. You know, Hansen's lieutenant here in the MDO.
What, a bar guest salary don't cover the bills?
As the good book says, a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise. Bennett's not even that.
This place used to be a church.
Yes, mine. But these days, few seek absolution, while many more need transfusions or fresh implants.
At least you're still helping them.
True. But where's a priest to confess?
So what, you're Anderson's right hand?
Not a physician, if that's what you mean. I provide spiritual comfort.
How's that going for you?
The patients, they're afraid. If something happens to Anderson, they'll have nowhere to go.
What do the scavs want from the head doc?
Well, there's this girl with them, Nika Yankovic. Said she's looking for her brother.
What, he a patient of yours?
Look, that's all I know. She wanted to talk to Anthony and seemed really upset.
The scavs still let you look after the patients?
In a sense. Then Nico ordered them to take us all outside. Nobody's allowed in. Said it was between her and Anthony. She doesn't want anyone killed.
Or anyone talking later. Anderson locked himself in his office?
Yes. It's the only spot with any security. Find the altar, hang a right. Stairs will take you to the basement. If the scavs heard Anthony, well, then all these people are out of luck.
Leave it to me.
By the way, you just following up on your the letter that you recommended. The letter that first came up when I was searching was his 2011. His 2011 letter. Is that the one that you're referring to, or is there a more recent one that you were talking about? You'd recommend this one. Is the man who is tall happy and animated? Okay, not always crazy about Chomsky, but like I said, I'm always happy to I don't have to agree with something to get something out of it, so wow. I guess they dropped the big one. All right, thanks a lot, Silva. It was always good to see you, as always. I'm sorry that I was a little bit slower on the progress today, but I don't know. I always do my system talk thing. But I appreciate you hanging out, and I'm actually really happy. I will be honest with you. One thing I really appreciate is as where I can. I always like it when I hear people liking games. It doesn't mean that people need to pretend that they like things that they don't. And it's not to suggest that everybody needs to, put on a happy face just for the purposes of chat. Like, there's sometimes stuff that people don't like. There's sometimes stuff, sometimes people are feeling bad. But I will say that I particularly when it's a game that so often becomes like a byword for failure. It is very refreshing when people come in talking about what they like about it. And that is one thing I really appreciate about what you contributed to the stream here today. And obviously, that I don't want to like. I always feel bad whenever I mention a specific name because, you know, sometimes when people do that with me, I'm like, well, I was doing this. Why am I not getting an attaboy? Like I'm expressing gratitude in this one specific instance, not trying to suggest that it's the only instance. But did want to take a second to say that, particularly because I know. Charlie came in asking about the quality of the game, and you helped me out with that, so. Okay, box, cyberware, unknown. Cyberware belonged to multiple previous owners, used by multiple persons, heavy wear and tear. Okay. So I at least have an idea of who I'm up against. I don't know if I need to worry about that. That didn't help me in terms of finding a way in, though. I'll do the usual thing of sneaking around. If that's a scav, then yeah. Might be an idea to ping, but I think it's pretty clear I'm not gonna be able to get in from there. It might actually be better for me to try the front door. I'm assuming that's Barghast. So usually they don't put scaffolds like this for me to ignore. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm not doing a roll call or anything like that. I just I know you were asking about the game, and it's one thing for somebody who's like been given a key to say, "Oh yeah, it's great. You should buy it. You should buy a copy and you should buy it for all your friends." Like that's you know, that's you know, I frankly I just I make enough at work that I don't need to do that to get games. But you always wonder, right? Like, I don't want to say who it is, but there's a couple of big names that I've seen who I know have fairly significant financial dealings with a certain storefront, and they do not disclose that they have those dealings, and they talk up that storefront a lot, and I genuinely believe that is the actual stuff that the FTC is trying to stop. And it's just like, this is to a certain extent none of my business, right? People are not going to watch my channel more if those people stop doing that. You know, I do feel bad about it, but I'm not entirely sure there's anything for me specifically to do about that. The only thing that I can really do is just try and be as upfront on this stuff as I can. But it is kind of nice when there's independent verification coming in saying that, yeah, no, the game is good. Because the other thing that's true for me is I actually usually like most games that I play. I liked Imperator Rome when it first came out, and I know everybody seemed to hate that game. So, you know, what can I say? Like, I may not have great discernment. That may not be a great feature of mine, but it's great for me, right? You know, I would much prefer to like more stuff than dislike it. So, all right, Archive Conversation, Crimson Rider, and Lucas Diaz. So there's this deal, and with that priest Chum and the doctor, that if you let him take your chrome, they'll give you skez. How much we talking? Enough. Skez from the priest too? Yeah. You can hear your confession right away and give you a ticket to heaven. You got anything they could take off you? Got a cataresist, Zeta Tech. The fuck you need to boost your immune system for? Shit hits harder without the cata. I know what I'm talking about. Heading over then. Let's give it to someone who gives a fuck. So that's an interesting dimension to the good works. Unfortunately, it seems like this doesn't give me a way in. Unless, yeah, I think that's just... Yeah, so that gave me information, but it didn't give me a way in. Well, I can still try and go around the... And I still haven't tried the front door, but... In fact, looks like I'm coming up short on... So these are scavs, but they're not necessarily ones I need to deal with. I'm gonna guess that there's just a big old wall that I need to deal with. Okay, let's try going through the front, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna have to try and get clever with the bad guys around the side. Okay, can't force it open. Can't do anything with the door terminal. I can try messing around with like my stats, but I don't think this is worth it. Yeah, no worries. I mostly just wanted to know, like, if it's the 2011 letter, I think I see what you were referring to, and if it's a later letter, it does seem like he's written more than one that got attention. So I just wanted to make sure that I knew the correct one that you were referring to. If it's something that I need to deal with during the broadcast, I'm happy to take a look. But if it's more so for my, my interest and benefit, I mostly just want to make sure that I'm not looking at the wrong thing. So the real question here is, like, I could try and get clever with the scav. Oh, yeah. So basically anything I try to do to the scav here is going to get me spotted by this guy up above. So what I need to do is try and find a way of distracting them in such a way that, and they've got someone on patrol. Okay, so that's an opportunity right there. I gotta find something to distract this scav.
Oh, not good.
Like, I just gotta jump on the hood. Okay, not a convenient time to get weighted down. As much as I love the marathon-looking pistols, I'm gonna abstain. This one might be worth hanging on to. Okay, so that settles the sidearm. So I want to hang on to at least one submachine gun. Assault rifles. I might hang on to this one just for something that's a little speedier. Can't see a reason to hang on to the Ajax. Okay, I've got 3 precision rifles sitting around here. Okay, thanks for that. I will be sure to do my homework for the next stream. Unless you wanted me to read that now. Okay, actually, one other thing I can do is compare these two submachine guns. So 1460 to 1911. This is a hard one. I think I'll keep the iconic. Okay. I think I need to clear out a few things here. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. He said that someone else took up resistance gate once the rest of the Catholic Church was trying to push to suppress. Of course, they were martyred. Maybe they could talk about how red martyrdom is leaving your body for the cause of support, while martyrdom is living a whole life abiding. I should take a look at that. I'm curious, Aegis, are you Catholic yourself, or is this just a point of interest for you? You don't feel the need to answer that if that's too personal, but I'm curious. It does seem. I think this is just a case where I'm uninformed, so I'm coming to this stuff belatedly, but I was kind of curious. Both interesting. The reason I mainly asked that is I have an aunt who is an Anglican minister, and so I sometimes get a chance to hear a little bit of I don't know, the goss. I get a chance, or the tea, I guess would be the slang. I sound like an alien trying to pass for human the way I use these terms. But yeah, no, like every once in a while I get, I kind of get to hear what sounds like sort of internal strifes, I guess. No! Archive conversation, Nikolai Wason and Andrea Hall. Don't wait up for me. Something urgent came up here. Got to take care of it now. That's your excuse? Really? You could at least put more effort into it. Christ, give it a fucking rest. Bad enough we're stuck here in this clinic. Who knows what for, and how Nika disappeared somewhere. What clinic? The one at Montaña de Oro? Yeah, watch me catch some sort of disease or something. That'll be the fucking cherry on top. Heard that Anderson guy's got corpo contacts. Apparently, they give them an old implant model so they can write them off faster. Yeah, I think we didn't check. Place is empty. There's fuck all here. Some hospital. More like a place to wait around and die. Church of, I guess, Church of England is.
No, probably Nika made short circuit.
Okay, I'm being tracked.
Security should be good and dead now. Wish you do it earlier. Place stinks like dog.
So if I get a chance to take some people out quietly before I'm caught, so much the better. Halfway there.
Don't throw this out.
But yeah, so far as I can tell, my aunt does not practice blood magic. Oh, I'm done for. Alright, this is a little further back than I wanted, but I'm happy to get the opportunity to try that again, because obviously I ran straight into someone. There was really no reason to do that. There is actually one question, which would be whether or not I can just get away with sniping this guy from a distance using the precision rifle. So I'm not gonna go out of my way to cause a fuss, but this would be a good time to try and experiment. Oh yeah, I should also clear out the, so one of those there. And I should save at this point because it's going to get really tedious to redo all of this. I think I settled on keeping this one. Okay. Fair. I'll check out the link that you shared. Okay. Let's I'm going to have to use the sniper for this, I think. All right. That answers that. So there may be a context in which that can be a useful stealth weapon, but obviously if I can't take someone out in one shot, that's not gonna... Oh, interesting. So this is a chance for me to sneak up on... I'm going to do the same stuff that I did last time, just hopefully without the...
Oh man. What now?
Without running headfirst into it. That slide is a real liability sometimes. I don't mind running in with like guns blazing, but I would I don't know, I do feel a bit worse whenever it's something like easily avoidable, like hopping over a car into a bad guy, so those ones I don't mind resetting for.
I don't like this at all. There. I go crazy.
I'm just gonna have to get...
Playtime's over.
I have to get a bit careful with this. Okay, made it. Okay, he's coming back, which is going to be a problem. I think I'm just going to stay underneath until I can find a way for him to... I'm actually curious. Maybe if I run the distraction here. Oh! Now he's going to turn around and get mad at me in a minute. There we go. Okay, not the cleanest job I've ever done, but you know what? I'll take it. Took my time to get him out of the way, though. I'm pretty sure he's already dead, but thanks. Okay, I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Currently 5 a.m. here, and your housemates are talking so loud you can hear them from the exact other side of the house. Don't suppose that blood magic guy is available. I believe in Cyberpunk, at least, the voodoo boys are available for hire. But you hire them at your own risk. Okay, I think distract enemies here would not be a bad idea, just so they don't turn around at an inconvenient time.
What?
Nyah, nyah, nyah. Yeah, I'm riffing off of Charlie's thing. I think the one drawback we sometimes run into is that there can be a set of things that are core to my own beliefs that are not always ones that are as important to someone else. So like I obviously care a lot about begs the question. This is such a silly example. And I've always found that probably harmony lies somewhere between staying true to my own core beliefs, while also sort of respecting that they may not always be as important for someone else. The only form of magic that you practice is keeping the ace of spades from each deck of cards you own because you believe is that true? That's such an interesting... Is that a... So, like, I know there's kind of... trying to think of the way to frame this. So, like, there's there's little kind of traditions that people have. Like I know there's one where if you spill salt, you should like throw some over your shoulder. And not only have I actually seen someone do this in person, I've actually seen that there's a TV show called Billions where there's a character that actually does that. And I absolutely knew why that was a thing. And yet I explained this to someone and they thought it was like, they acted like that was one of the strangest things that they had ever heard. Like it's weird because it's such a small thing, but like it was almost like they needed some time to process this concept. It was so strange to them. So is this like a I don't want to say common thing, but like is this like an established practice, or is this like a more idiosyncratic thing for you, Kieran? Because it's actually the first I've ever heard of it, but it feels like it's one of those things that's like a habit you can do. I partly ask this because I actually can imagine there's probably a fun story that you can get about someone who likes to keep the spades from decks, and they work in Las Vegas. I figure there's a couple of fun little bits of drama you can pull out of that. Patient menu for the week: breakfast Scott meal or scrambled soy paste plus 1 piece of plain toast. Lunch soup, spelt SOOP. Dinner, whatever's left from breakfast. Pantry's empty, no funds to order new supplies. Already went through all the donations from last collection. Could start checking nearby dumpsters. Just for yourself. Okay, cool. Call your local paladin, but wait, last time the Order of Knights got brought up by the Corpos. In Cyberpunk? I'm not sure which one you're referring to, Aegis. I might have missed the... I might have missed the reference. Do you remember the specific moment that you're referring to there? You have 9 of them from various places and people. One of them's from the Kennedy Space Center. That's a neat one. I actually don't have too many playing cards. I've got a very nice... I was a little disappointed with the last one I got. There's they're called the High Victoria playing cards. Basically, there was like a chance for me to... I was ordering a... have any of you ever heard of James Ernst's Cheap Ass Games? This is a wonderful series which went away for a while, but I think they're coming back. But oh, okay, sorry, Aegis. I think I misunderstood your reference to Corpos. But yeah, it's one of these cases, right, when you're ordering something online and you like there's the shipping cost, and like, you know, if you add, you know, just like $1 more or something like that, you get free shipping. So obviously you okay, sorry, I misunderstood it as a reference to some when you talk about corpos, that's a specialized term in Cyberpunk, so I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, so I got these High Victoria playing cards. Like the outside of the package looks beautiful. And then like I took a look on the inside, and they're not bad playing cards, but they're very ordinary looking playing cards. In fact, the kings, or the face cards, or whatever the proper name is, they decided to go for something of a stylized one, so you don't actually see people on them. So again, I don't dislike them, but the outside packaging was much more interesting than the inside, let's say. But I do actually really like, maybe not novelty cards is the right one, but like the ones from special locations, like you're saying, Kennedy Space Center and stuff like that. So I'm always a little curious. I don't know, I just like it. There's something nice about the designs of cards. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because they're, I think more so than something like the tarot cards rather. They're probably more immediately recognizable. I feel like everybody kind of knows how to. I feel like everybody knows at least one game from a deck, so it's always kind of neat to see how people bring new looks to certain designs. Used to shuffle cards a lot in high school to keep your hands busy, so taking aces reminds you to keep your head straight and focus. When you started keeping them on you, it made you feel luckier, but that's just superstition. I mean, like, this is kind of why I like asking those sorts of questions, because it's neat to know where this stuff comes from. Like, you know, I have my own particular like quirks and idiosyncrasies and such, and it's just kind of neat to know where some of this stuff comes from, because it's, you know, it doesn't change what it is. Like, you could say, oh yeah, no, like everyone in my family has always kept the A's, like this is just a thing we do. But there's also something kind of interesting about the fact that that is something that's unique to you, but it's also something that you kind of recognize consciously as a thing that you do, right? Because again, like the salt over the shoulder thing, when I saw that in real life, the person didn't even like consciously recognize that that was something they were doing. That had just become a habit for them. So it's always just kind of neat. It's neat to see where that comes from, because I guess, you know, if maybe, you know, if we get to have this conversation, you know, 500 years from now in some bizarre parallel world, and there's this broader habit of people keeping the aces out of decks, this is maybe we get to hear the origin of that particular tradition. When you see a magpie, spitting when you see a magpie. I've heard the spitting thing. I didn't know if it was a magpie or not, though. So that's a little extra info for me. If you don't mind, I'm sorry. I know I've been chatting a whole lot. I could actually really use a refill on my tea. So I'm getting close to the time I would normally finish, but I also started late, like in terms of the runtime. I feel like I can go a bit later today. I do want to kind of go for a walk, but I'm not going to go that far from where I live because it's past midnight. But I do need a refill. So, again, I'm sorry there's a little bit less gameplay going on today. That's, I think, just kind of the nature of the beast. But I'm very happy to basically be able to just catch up with all of you. And I want to try and go a little bit longer on this. Let's see if we can get a couple more missions in. But I'm going to take a minute to refill my tea and just generally get myself sorted out a little bit more. So I will see you all in a couple minutes. thank you again for putting up with my tea gluttony. Did you ever watch the Song of the Sea animation? That's a lot of Viking lore. I think that I know you had recommended a documentary to me, but I don't recall the Song of the Sea, so I'm gonna have to put that down. I've not specifically seen the Song of the Sea. I know a little bit more Viking mythology, partly through reading other things that touch on it. Actually, Max Payne has a lot of it. But sort of indirectly, I kind of feel like you need to know it. But what's got your mind on Vikings lately? You haven't been playing Assassin's Creed lately, have you? And I'll get through Cured and then the conversation just before jumping back into the gameplay. We've got in your wallet, you also carry a card that says "Some people are lesbians, get over it" from a youth group you used to attend. I keep it right at the front of your wallet in hopes that if you lose it and someone sees you drop it, they'll see that, look up at the very clearly male owner of the wallet, and be somewhat confused. It's a children's movie, but that's got their story. Hey, I mean, nothing wrong with children's. I mean, like, the beautiful thing about Pixar is how they are capable of making stories that everyone in the family watches, right? Like, just because it's for children does not mean that it has to be. I think actually one of the worst things that you can do for children's stories is to talk down to children. I think that they, okay, like don't like make Fermat's last theorem as a plot point in a children's story. Like, although to be fair, you could explain Fermat's theorem in a way that children would do it. Yeah, and actually, you know, Kier Charlie, to the point of language, because I have a feeling I'm probably going to say nasty things in this archive conversation too. I never really cared much for the Shrek series. Now, in fairness, I haven't seen like some of the most recent ones, but whenever I contrasted Pixar and Disney's approaches, I always sort of felt that the DreamWorks. Did I say Pixar and Disney? Pixar and DreamWorks, if I misspoke. So one of the things I really appreciated about Pixar was that they were able to include jokes that the adults would laugh at, but they weren't necessarily like adult jokes, right? Like usually when you think of an adult joke, you're thinking of like something sexual or something. Megamind was the Despicable Me we deserve to take off. I will die on this. You know, I actually got a free preview ticket to Megamind. I didn't mind watching it, although I don't remember it all that well. Oh, that's interesting, Aegis. But yeah, so one thing I really respect a lot about, so like, it's one of the really old Toy Story. It might even be Toy Story 2 now that I think of it. But like, I remember there's like a bit with Mr. Potato Head like throws his bowler hat to like block a doorway, and that's like, so that's clearly a James Bond reference. Like that's Odd Job. I haven't even seen the Bond movie that has Odd Job, but I'm like, I would be shocked if that was not a direct reference to that. And that's something that, you know, like mom and dad can have a good chuckle about, and the kids are not gonna get. Whereas Shrek has like sexual jokes and, you know, and like, you know, kind of more lavatorial humor. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Like, I'm for crying out loud, I wrote a satire article in which pornography was like the central, like was the hinge of that thing. So I am playing in the gutter along with everyone else. Now, obviously, I could have gone a lot worse with the pornography references. It's the cleanest reference that you can do to the second oldest profession. But yeah, exactly. Like, the thing that I really like about Pixar is that you can do clean humor. In fact, I mean, there's comedians that do this as well. I think Jerry Seinfeld actually tends to work pretty clean. I'll be honest, like, I haven't seen... I've seen his... Oh, God, there's, like... I'm trying to remember what it is. Like, it's not really his best... I don't think his later stuff is really that well known, but that's, like, all I've ever seen of his stuff. But... Yeah, and like you can see why that stuff works well, because it's the same reason why, like, when you have a constraint for some kind of creative project, you tend to actually do some of your best work, because just the right kind of constraint will actually promote your creativity as opposed to feeling that paralysis of the blank canvas. But yeah, I don't know, like there was always something that kind of made me feel a bit off in terms of Shrek, because like, I mean, I was pretty young when I first saw at least one of the Shrek movies. I knew exactly what every single one of those references was. So number one, like if the intention here is that mom and dad are gonna laugh because they're the only ones getting it, like kids are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. I'm of course implying here I'm a lot smarter, but no, kids in general get it, right? But second of all, I just think that there's a better, like you can do better. Pixar has shown that you can do better. And that was always a line that I always kind of drew between those two series. I may be unfair to DreamWorks here. It's not like I have an encyclopedic knowledge of Pixar and DreamWorks stuff. But yeah, I tend to go deep on some of this stuff. But there's a lot to talk about. All right, archive conversation. Greg Wilson and Odell Blanco. You remember me, father? Me and my daughter? The morphine you gave us really helped her, but we've run out and she's really suffering. Daughter? You said you had a son. Yeah, right. In any case, we need your help. Bring her to the clinic. Maybe we can diagnose the source of her pain. Morphine is highly addictive. Shit, Choom. Well, don't get all preachy on me. Just give me what I asked for. Fuck, I'm sweating bullets. My legs are jumping and I'm fucking scared. You feel me? Go to Detox. There are several addiction cities in Night Cities. You'll get a bed and psychological care. Look, man, I ain't a junkie. I'm just going through a hard time and I need to relax a little. Come on, be a good neighbor. Please answer me. I'm begging you. Patient files. Last 24 hours. Gmedi B, complications following SARS-CoV-5 inspection, H9, cardiac arrest, or maybe it's Win. I think it's Win. Cardiac arrest, second heart, M. Oliveira, gunshot wounds torso, S. Yablonsky, motorcycle crash, G. Yankovic, no info, M. Yeski, bacterial infection following bone marrow transplant. Request for in-kind support for our clinic from Odell Blanco, Medical Mission of North America, SOS Dogtown, Humanitarian Corps, People for People, Center for Medical Aid, Night City Health Services, Rippers Without Borders. Oh, that's an interesting one. Hello, my name is Odell Blanco, and I work for the Haven Clinic on Montaña de Oro Avenue in Dogtown. Our doors are open to anyone who needs medical care, but we can't afford it due to their circumstances, whatever they may be. We don't accept any payment for treatment or inpatient stays. Our surgeon, Anthony Anderson, does all his work pro bono. Since your organization also works to provide medical care for the poor and disadvantaged, I would like to ask if you would be interested in providing in-kind support for our clinic. We would be grateful for any donations in the form of bandages, needles, medications, maybe expired anesthetics, and disinfectants. We need, quite literally, everything. Have a blessed day, OB. From Center for Medical Aid to Odell Blanco. Dear Mr. Blanco, despite our appreciation for the work Haven does in the underprivileged in Dogtown, we unfortunately cannot fulfill your request. As you surely know, Mr. Anderson has not yet been cleared of the charges placed on him by his former workplace. Providing support for your clinic would be taken as our de facto approval of Mr. Anderson and his actions. As a non-profit organization that relies exclusively on private donations, we simply cannot afford to lose the public's trust. Sincerely, Rajesh Kapoor, Center for Medical Aid. Expired meds, to say Sake Seo. Hey there, Saki, how's biz? I was hoping that you would have more expired meds on hand. Last time everything was fine, nobody had any issues. Quite the opposite, actually. We finally relieved some of our patients' pain, not to mention giving them a good night's sleep. I'd be really grateful for any help, OB. Sup, father? No problem. Gotta make room for new stuff anyways. Not like D-Town junkies read the labels, but eds aren't everything, am I right? Give me a day or two. I'll send a package to the clinic. I know you Catholic types like to worry and moan. I'll even toss in something extra to help cheer you up. Yeah, Keanu Reeves. Well, Keanu Reeves will wait for Somi if we manage to get her back. So that's the one person who saves me from the wrath of Johnny Silverhand. But I figure we should be. I feel a lot less torn up about killing the scavs, so it's a little easier for me to get him away. For those it's not clear for, one of the changes that they made in 2.0 is if you hide a body, it will kill them regardless. So like some of them don't fully make sense to me, like putting someone in a storage container doesn't strike me as a particularly lethal act. But like putting someone in the fridge or like a dumpster or a trash compactor, like I can see why that would count. But like someone in the trunk of a car, I don't know, that doesn't quite feel terrible. But it definitely adds another dimension to sort of the stealth in the game. Okay, I gotta see where he's going. Yeah, he would have looked straight at me. Oh. I could probably make it. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I can say that, like, you know, every car, you know, I don't know, it becomes vacuum sealed as soon as I close it or something like that, but... Okay, let's go... So I prefer the E91C if I can swing it. Yeah. As an aside, this is only partially related to some of the stuff we've been talking about. I wonder... I don't know if I have a way of... Let's give it a try. I'm playing with fire on this one. Yeah, no, that's not working. I mean, I could probably afford to do the fight right now, but I'd rather take these guys out a little more cleanly.
Don't like this.
What am I gonna do with this? Not crazy about leaving him open like that, but I got it done in the time that I needed. So when it comes to dystopias, any Deus Ex fans in the chat? I can make the point without focusing too much on Deus Ex, but I'm curious if anybody's familiar with this bit before I launch into it. I'm assuming that there's probably some Deus Ex fans among Cyberpunk fans. It definitely feels like this game wants to kind of take up the mantle of Cyberpunk, or of Deus Ex, but... Okay, I'll take care of somebody outside before I go too far in, but... Okay, we did read this one before, but I figure this will be of interest to at least some people in chat. The Warsaw Catholic faith and its origin. As St. Augustine of Hippo taught us, to err is human, but to err willingly is to perform the work of Satan. Pope Ferdinand I and his successors are guilty of this heinous sin. For their perversion of Christ's teachings and their worship of the golden calves of technology and mammon, they have not only chosen this path of perdition for themselves, but have attempted to tempt the Lord's flock to follow. For the sake of the millions of eternal souls he loves so dearly, Cardinal Konrad Lewandowski made the only decision God would allow. Seeing that the Vatican had renounced our Lord and Savior, he rescinded his nomination to head the Holy See and instead rested the weight of the newly founded Polish papacy on his shoulders and moved the seat of the Church to Lake in Poland. What do Warsaw Catholics believe? Warsaw Catholics worship the one true God and recognize family as defined by the laws of nature our Lord has provided and in accordance with the traditions hallowed by the blood of our ancestors. When you say I believe in God, what do you mean? It means we acknowledge the truth that there is one true God whose wisdom is infinite and unchanging, who commands our obedience, who compels us to raise families founded on love and faith, who has tested Poland with great suffering as he tested Job, thus demonstrating that Poland is God's chosen land. Through whom did God reveal, and what we are to believe? His only Son, Jesus Christ, whose earthly voice is now spoken through Pope as elected by the Polish Episcopal Conference. Why believe the word of God? Because only through faith can we be saved and find eternal place in heaven. Only through faith can we be true Poles, worshipping, thinking, and speaking in Polish, accordance with the customs of our fathers and mothers. Yeah, I was curious if anybody was familiar with this bit, but I'll definitely bring it up once I read these shards. So, Odell Blanco, Father, I need some advice. I'm starting to think I've made a terrible mistake by letting them use the church as a clinic. No, not that. I don't regret that decision one bit, but maybe I shouldn't have gotten involved, personally. There's just so much suffering every day. It's the same. It never ends. If any man come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Luke 9:23, remember? I don't mean my suffering. These people need real help, not prayers, and I can't do a thing for them. I was sick and you visited me. Matthew 25:36. Do I have another? No, that's it. Inventory in stock, blood, type A-, plasma, bone marrow, spleen, 4 total, 1 with bullet damage, basic Kuroshi optics, 3, almost out, 7 biomonitors, metamizole, tranexamic acid, spasmolics, ringer solution, needles, absorbent pads, endotracheal tubes, needed propofol, immunosuppressants, ketamine, alprazolam, zolpidem. I don't have any chemistry. Slexamethonium, nice to have, respirator, vacuum pump, heart monitor, ultrasound machine. You lost me when you started mentioning specific people and places as the only beacon of hope. Yeah, so I don't know the full story about the Polish Catholic Church in this case, but there's definitely something interesting there in the sense that there seems to be this interesting intersection of both faith but also political ends, and obviously that's a very heavy historical topic. But one of the things I like about that write-up is that there's quite a bit of sort of in-world history that's suggested there without any clear answers in terms of what kind of created it. Deus Ex is a specific video game. It's a cyberpunk video game made... I think it started development in 1998, and I think it was started development in 1998, and I believe was released in 2000. It's a very influential immersive sim by the company that made it was Ion Storm, which actually wasn't that successful, but it was sort of this almost dream team of very high-profile developers who sort of set out to I don't know, change the world with their games, or I'm not quite sure the right way to put it. But kind of set out, it had a lot of promise, but there's a couple of sort of famous write-ups in terms of what went wrong. I think they wound up taking over some very expensive office space in Dallas. Archive conversation, Nikolai Wason and Andrea Hall. Nikolai, don't wait up for me. Something urgent came up here. Got to take care of it now. That's your excuse? Really? You could at least put more effort into it. Christ, give it a fucking rest. Bad enough when we're stuck in this clinic for who knows what for, and now Nika has disappeared somewhere. What clinic? The one on Montaña de Oro? Yeah, watch me catch some sort of disease or something. That'll be the fucking cherry on top. I heard that Anderson guy's got corpo contacts. Apparently, they gave him an old implant model so they can write them off later. Yeah, they didn't check. This place is empty. There's fuck all here. Some hospital, more like a place to wait around and die. I actually haven't played. I haven't played the new ones like Mankind. I actually haven't even played the the original one all the way through. But I think you're referring to Mankind. Mankind Divided, I think, was the new one. But there's another one. Sorry, there's Mankind Divided is the most recent. Then there was the other Adam Jensen one. I can't remember the name. I think they were made in Montreal though, which makes me, as a patriotic Canadian, very happy. So there's a fairly famous. I remember reading an old PC Gamer. I think I found it in the library. Where, you know what? I'm gonna ping here. Okay, looks like we see everyone. And I know one of the big features about the game, and this was like, so the article that I read was definitely a preview, like the game wasn't out yet, and they're kind of talking about how this game would be really inspired by like conspiracy theories, and like you totally get that if you play the game. Like it's kind of like, the best way I can describe Deus Ex to someone who hasn't played it before, it's like if you're on a crowded bus and you find an empty seat and you sit down and all of a sudden the guy beside you starts talking about the Federal Reserve and you then realize why the seat was empty. Yeah, Phantom Brigade's definitely a really good one. It's a really good one for a lot of reasons. And like I don't mean that as a bad thing for Deus Ex. Deus Ex is a lot of fun. It's got an interesting world in that. But like when you hear about conspiracy, and obviously like, you know, the turn of the century era conspiracy theories, obviously there's a whole new batch that we're dealing with now. Weirdly enough, the same people seem to be presenting them, but that was kind of like the big influence for the game. And I remember one of the screenshots that they were using was this image of like a gas station, and actually, you know what? I could probably find this. Sorry, I know this is not the game. This shouldn't be that hard to find though. It's probably not going to be the specific one that I saw in that old PC Gamer magazine, but yeah, Reddit's supplied me with one. So for this grim vision of the future, oh my God, look at how expensive the gasoline is in this future. I believe the game takes place in 2052. And you see the utterly shocking price for unleaded gasoline of $3.95. Who could imagine such a terrible, terrible world? So on Wednesday, I actually decided to do some calculations for this. I could actually probably bring them up on the screen. I've got this on Apple number. Actually, this might be worth it. Just give me a second here. Let me see if I can bring it up real quick. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but this is this might be fun to at least a couple of you, because this will be relevant to another bit of gaming news. Oh, cool. I just found a new feature on my phone. So it's not Aeon Flux, but J.C. Denton is the main character, and he has quite a bit of cybernetic augmentation in the game, yes. So, because my weekends are just full of all sorts of delights and important, important revelations. I actually figured that this could be an empirical question. So again, remember that in Deus Ex, the price, I decided that I would round up to $3.96. So what I did was I said, okay, well, the developers kind of came up with a forecast for what the world would look like in the future. And, it's a world that's like affected by this big plague and, everybody's really desperate. And the preposterous price of gasoline was supposed to be sort of a signal of how bad things got. So if the game started development in 1998, so the Bureau of Labor Statistics actually has all of this data. So in 1998, the price for regular unleaded gasoline was $106. That's a national price, so it's a weighted average of retail. 1999, it was $117. And I think the most likely out of this is $151, because it seems to me that a 30% increase in the price of gas is the sort of thing that will piss people off enough to put it in a video game. So one of the things that you can do out of this is that you can actually get essentially an implied annual rate of inflation based off of the fact that if this is the price, and again, like I did it for these 3 years just because, I don't know when that particular level was made. So our current price, it's not the full year yet, but the 2023 price that the BLS is currently reporting is $3.99. So it's actually higher than what the Deus Ex value was. So if we base it off of 1998's price, it implies an annual rate of inflation at 247. 1999, its average of 233. And if we base it off the 2000 number, which I think is the most likely, it's actually got an implied rate of inflation of 1.87. Remember that both the Federal Reserve and the Bank of Canada have an inflation target of 2%. So, 247, I'm sure they'd probably be thinking about playing around with interest rates a little bit, but 187, if anything, the interest rates would be going down a little bit, although I suspect here they'd probably just wait and see where things are going. And this would be the point where someone would, and of course the idea here is that if we were to go all the way to 2052, this actually implies deflation, an annual average annual rate of negative 0.03%. So my hope with somebody who is a Deus Ex fan would be somebody in the background saying, "But System Shock, the great earthquake of 2030 left Los Angeles and in ruins, and that's where the gas station is. That price hasn't been updated since 2030." And I would say, fair enough. So I did what I called the pessimistic rating. So in this case, I used 2030, which is obviously a much shorter period of time. In this case, you definitely get higher rate. Like these would be ones that we would consider something is going wrong here, right? So 4.2, 401, or 3.27. But what I find kind of interesting is, again, when you consider it in the context of when the developers came up with that number, if you consider the average annual rate of inflation for fuel from the time Deus Ex was released to today, it's actually 3.98%. So it's not that far off from what's implied with these two. And the 2000, again, the one I thought was most likely, is actually lower than what the 23 years since the game was released was. By the way, if you played Deus Ex when it came out on release, you're old. So the other way that I thought we could look at this would be to look at what the immediate preceding 10 years for the release was. So in that case, the average annual rate between 1990 to 2000 was 2.45% for gas. And then for some reason in 1988 to 1998, something happened to make that number go down. So it was 1.27. That was actually an unusually modest increase in terms of fuel prices. But the one thing I did want to point out was that the earliest dates that the BLS provide are 1976. That's about 3 years after the OPEC oil crisis. So that would actually be a period of time where there is actual real kind of economic pain that's being felt, and definitely some world events that are causing fuel prices to rise. A little bit like our own situation here, although I'd argue that probably the 1970s and 80s were much worse in terms of an inflationary environment. And that's 4.28%. So what's kind of interesting about this, right, is that this is bad, but it's not like historically catastrophic in terms of what's implied, even if you go for the 2030 date, which is probably more likely in Deus Ex. And then like when you take a look at the 88 to 98, the consumer price index went up by quite a bit. That's why I say I think something kind of funny was happening with fuel. Probably just things were balancing out a little bit. I also wouldn't be surprised if that was when the US started using some more of its domestic supply. Anyway, inflation is a fun thing. So the dark futures that video games predict for us actually wind up being quite tame compared to, and like I think all that's really going on here is it just wound up being what seems like such an incredible number when you sit down and think today, when you actually consider what the expectations are in terms of raising price levels, those numbers can actually be surprisingly large, although they're not ones we really feel because our wages go up accordingly. Which brings me to the point about Super Mario Wonder. And I'm sorry for those of you that follow me on Twitter, you already know that this point has been made. But I actually took a look, again, because I am an incredibly interesting person who likes to sit down and look at price indexes on his free time. We've got a new 2D platformer in the Mario series, Super Mario Wonder. Its US dollar price is $59.99. Super Mario Brothers was released in 1985 at $25 US. So once you actually do the adjustment, when you find out what Super Mario Brothers cost in 2023 dollars, it works out to being $11.52 more expensive than Super Mario Brothers Wonder. So one funny implication about this you can say is like all the 3D and advanced game design that we all know apparently is value destroying. That's not actually what's happening. But the funny thing is that, again, when you actually normalize these values, the price of a side-scrolling video game, when you completely ignore the quality change, has actually gone down. And then, of course, once you factor in the quality changes and all that, it is probably much lower than $11.52 US. But I don't know. It's fun to play around with these numbers. So that was the Deus Ex thing was sort of the setup for the Mario revelation. I don't know how many of you have switched, though. About to hit 6 a.m. here. Better get some sleep. Have a good rest of the stream. I hope your roommates have piped down. Have a good sleep, and I'm sure we'll see you. In the future. Again, I'm delighted to see your name pop up every once in a while on the. So I'm just going to try and get the game a little zippier. Always delighted to see your name pop up in the comments, whether they are on stream or in YouTube. Rhoda Awang. Ew, you alive? Craig, Giorgio, all done? Post-op now. Fuck, what took so long? Ripper had to figure out how to get the hand implant if that thing was used. Second hand. Haha, hilarious. Here we are shitting ourselves because you weren't writing back. You know the shit they say about that clinic. I know, and I don't give a shit. They helped me out. That's all that matters. I'm probably not going too much further tonight, but I wanted to try and at least maybe knock out another mission if I could. If it's another main quest mission, I might hold that up for a time when maybe I'm a little more on the ball.
Where's Gaspar? Tell me! We'll talk calmly or not at all. Stay back! Where's Gaspar? Tell me!
Chill. Gun down, let's talk. Here for Anderson. Need him out of here, alive.
And I'm here for my brother. Couldn't give a fuck about this quack. You, off your ass! Where's Gaspar?
Thought about switching up your game. That iron's not making much of an impact.
I'm sorry, do you work for me or the scabs?
Talk for fuck's sake!
Ah, fuck! You, Merc! Help me!
Nah, not zeroing anyone just because you don't want to use your words.
I can't fucking believe this. Gasper's dead.
What? You're lying! He was just a little sick!
Your brother was so high out of his mind, it scorched his metabolic editor. The kid was in a coma before he even hit the table.
Huh? How'd he die?
Morphine injection. His remaining implants were at risk, and I've got patients who need them.
To hell, your other patients! You fucking murder!
Am I hearing this right? You flatlined a patient just to save a few eddies.
Me? I profit from none of this. There was nothing I could do. Why delay the inevitable? We'll extract his implants. They'll go to people who still need them.
You won't lay a goddamn finger on him. Give me my brother. No!
This is a good one.
No.
What did you say?
Fuck! Help!
Where's his body?
Fuck off, Scab!
Your brother's gone.
I won't let him get Gaspar!
Accept it. Let Anderson go.
I don't know why the lag's this bad, but I do feel slightly bad, but she is with the scabs. Okay, let me see if I can try and get the frame rate back.
Finally. You couldn't have done that from the start?
Let me get this straight. You take in peeps as they come, then decide who's...
You've seen Gaspar? Was going to ask you the same thing. Your little bro owes me a shit ton of eddies from his last order. When did you see him? What did you sell him? Hey, not breaking dealer confidentiality. If you hold him some street shit, I will find you and I will kill you. Chill, he's probably holed up somewhere waiting for his debts to pay themselves off. Look, I just want to find him as much as you do. Fine, let me know if you hear anything. I can give you eddies or reward anything if you find him.
Donating?
I've yet to write off anyone who could be helped. When your clinic lacks for literally everything, you need to be pragmatic, make tough choices.
Which hand holds the scalpel?
The other one.
At least we dodged that bullet. Need me for anything else?
Better clean up this mess. The patients, what's their status?
With Odell out in the street, waiting.
Tell him it's all clear. It's time we got back to work. Kinda busy here.
This guy is a dick, but I don't really see the reason to have the clinic go under for it. I have no idea if she is going to survive, but Dr. Anderson, cold storage area is all set up just like we agreed. The air conditioning set to 40 degrees. You can lower it, but not less than 32. Also, it can't go higher than 50. I left the access card on your desk. If you run into any problems, just let me know. I'll come right over and check it out. Thanks, Thomas. You really helped us out. I'm sure you know getting the funds for a funeral around here can sometimes take weeks. How much do I owe you? Dr. Anderson, please, you don't owe me an any. I'll never forget what you did for me. I mean, if it weren't for you, I'd be lying in that morgue myself. Oh, and one more thing. If you lose the access card, you can also open the door straight from your computer. Huh. I'm assuming this is Gaspar. Morphine overdose, high opioid concentration in blood indicates deliberate administration. Metabolic editor overheated, visible wound after removal. Aha!
This whole time, You were keeping the guy's body in the other room?
You weren't hired to sniff around.
Fridge like that must cost a fortune. Thought you didn't have 2 annies to spare.
Call it an investment if you must. A wait is sometimes necessary before extraction.
Yeah, alright. Didn't have the nads to tell Nika her brother's getting scrapped.
True, I was afraid, but not for myself. My patients need my help. She wanted to interfere.
Guess that's it then. But yeah, I did kind of like the premise of this in terms of, like, this is the kind of this thought experiment's been done a few different ways, but sort of, you know, your like I think even if you just do like a 100 level like ethics course, I shouldn't say philosophy course because obviously philosophy is more than ethics, but like there's the idea, right? You know, you're a surgeon. You know, your goal is to, you know, help people. There's 5 people who, you know, 5 people who need a different organ each, and, you know, just at that time they'll die without it, and just at that time, you know, a patient comes in with all the organs that you need in perfect condition. Like, do you harvest? I think most people reasonably say, you know, no, I wouldn't do that.
Premium work, V. I offered to send a hand to remove all those scavenger remains, but Anderson declined. Something about taking a look at them first. I can only assume he's in shock. The funds are being transferred as we speak. Your job is finished.
You're back? Good.
What do you know about Anderson playing God, Father?
What do you mean?
Meaning how he harvested all that chrome for your patients.
What? Where's Anthony?
Anderson's inside, alive. A little drunk.
That's a relief. Thank God. Thank you. So we can go back in?
Sure can. Nika won't be giving you any more trouble.
Listen, V, stop by later. Once everything's back to normal. Might not have the latest, shiniest chrome, but you're no snob. Anthony will make the price just right.
But yeah, I think most people tend to take the. I mean, there's always like 1 or 2 psychos in a philosophy class who's like, "Yep, nope, I'd harvest every single person," and it's like, okay, fair enough. You know, I mean, sometimes it's fun to, you know, to go a little far with the thought experiment, but you know, I think sometimes it's it's the time and the place, I guess, would be the maybe the best way I could put it. I think No Easy Way Out might be the one I can go for. Look, V, this Aaron Choom is a big-handed bastard who knows how to handle himself in hot water. Sure, we gotta help each other out and all that, but watch your back. You're about to walk into the lion's den. I know you're all about helping lost souls and walking elderly ladies across the street, but please don't get killed assisting some lesser Dogtown boxer. Let's see. I think Dogtown's just given me a run for my money here, but I'm still going to do my best with the map and such. Okay.
Come on, you used us to do it for free.
Yeah, when we dated, you gunk.
Sorry. Oh yeah. So, you start with you start with a simple case of like just some person comes in, and most people are kind of uncomfortable with that. And the interesting question that you ask at that point is like, well, why, right? Like, if you're kind of, if your aim is to save the greatest number of people, like why do you feel that this is any different from, like these are people who are definitely going to die without the healing, and there's going to be more of them. Like, why is it that you feel uncomfortable about that? Isn't not acting the same as, and then, usually people will say, well, no, I really don't think it's, not acting is the same, and they'll give their reasons why. And that's kind of the reason why those thought experiments exist, is that you can kind of turn the dials a little bit and see what's kind of at the heart of the issue. I kind of find that a bit of a fun exercise to get into. But then, like, one of the ways you can turn those dials is you can say, it's like, okay, well, let's say that, the person who comes in is, a very, that they're an elderly person, right? Does that change the equation at all? And like some people will say, they'll say, well, the elderly person's had a good life, and, this is an opportunity for, 5 people who are younger to do. And that there will actually be some people who turn around and say that in that case it's okay. But in the, other people will generally say, no, that's still not okay. And usually it has something to do with the fact that, you can make a choice, but the idea of kind of going into a hospital and finding yourself being harvested is sort of breaking some kind of, of rule. And then again, the purpose of the thought experiment is to try and tease out what that is. And I mean, you can go really extreme with this, like, well, what if it was a criminal, or what if it was like a murderer who came in? And again, like, my feeling on those sorts of thoughts experiments are that the quality of the person is not at stake, right? There's something else going on behind here. So you can change the description of the person, but to a certain extent, in terms of what's at stake, in terms of the issue, for me at least, it's like saying that they're coming in with a pink or a red hat. It's not the thing that's really being discussed. So you say the more important topic is their focus on leaving the body. If you weigh their minds with topics that are inappropriate, just knowing that their spirit soul is the beginning of intelligence, there's a distinction between the person and the material body, but there's infringing upon their journey in another body is criminal. Well, but I mean, this is also a practical, like, to a certain extent, that's kind of what the dilemma of that mission is getting at, right? Which is that this is the most desperate clinic that you can imagine in the cyberpunk setting. And you have people who are in a situation where they need help. And this doctor's in a position to sometimes be able to, to provide that help, but it comes at a fairly high cost. And in the end, like, it's quite clear sort of where you stand on that. But I think in the end, what's interesting is the fact that the woman with the gun is a scavenger, right? So in this case here, it's almost like she's wanting a kind of treatment for her brother that isn't necessarily being extended on her own part to the people that are her victims, which I think is an interesting dimension to the problem. I mean, it's a slight inversion on it, right? But like, again, it kind of comes back to that old question, right? So if you harvest the murderer for five hearts, and maybe you say it's like in the 5 people that are getting the transplants are saints, like, does it make it okay then? And again, for some people, if the moral character of the person being treated is at stake for the people asking the questions, then yeah, that will make a difference. And then if people feel that there's another principle kind of at play, then they're gonna potentially not be swayed by it. But again, I think that's like, to me, this is one of the reasons why science fiction gets really interesting, right? Like you get to play around with those ideas.
Psst, psst. Who hasn't bet yet? Last bet? Last bet.
Fine. Betting on Aaron.
That be that. It's over. Wayne's Bakeo. Too damn strong.
Nice not to have to take a dive for a change, huh? And fuck you, Will.
Decent hook you got.
Thanks.
Name's V. Fred sent me.
Wow. Old man said he got someone. I'm sure he was lying.
Look, V, got a thing I need to take care of. Dangerous people involved.
Need tough hustle to watch my back. Won't run from trouble. Interested?
Okay. Gonna help. Need deets to start.
Scav base, clinic, home to a ripper. Demir. Met him back in my days running with the animals. Our crews were tight, did biz together. Fight I got coming up's important. Should see them in before I hop in the ring. Need you to help me with the ladder.
Who you slated to fight?
Vince Marino. Heard of him?
Know the name. Got a good friend, real chatter / boxing aficionado.
Well, Vince is a former heavyweight champ. Good technique, great distance control. Past his prime, but still packs a punch like a fucking hammer. Horror show for a fighter like me, given my style.
Getting a ripper to overclock your chrome before the fight?
What makes you say that?
Know some boxers. Been around a few brawls. Rarely in proper rings, though.
Fred's parading you through his side hustle. Slap down anyone I'd heard of?
Ultimate prize fight, still in the works.
Lots of that going around, same here.
Need protection from scavs. Puzzling. Said you've done biz with them.
Well, not me. My gang did. Ex-gang, to be precise. But Demir's good people. He'll help me, I just know. Once we reach him, it's a fucking shitty story all in all, V. I'll finish it once we're there. So, we agreed? All good?
Okay, got a deal. I'll help.
Cream fucking news, V. So listen, got some things to figure out, tend to here, but then I'll meet you at Terra Cognita.
My dilemma is always to figure out what the appropriate distance for getting a car is. Because in my own life, I pretty much walk everywhere. Like, the main reason I will take an Uber or like a public transit is there's a time limit.
They want to kill me.
Stop fucking yelling.
They're out of their fucking minds. I didn't do anything to them. You gotta protect me.
Get out of my face.
Get what? Are you just gonna stand there and do nothing? They'll be here any second.
Yeah, and?
You don't believe me? Fine. Give me your piece. I'll take care of them myself.
I was really hoping that was going somewhere. But yeah, my general preference is just to walk. Now, again, that comes with costs. You know, if you're if you got a lot to do, and that's definitely true for me in a lot of cases, you're gonna eat a substantial portion of your day. Just, I think I might want to pick that up. It's like I'm playing The Division. Nope, I picked a good area to come in. Alright, how do I give myself an edge here? Okay, they're not fighting me yet. Oh, Jesus. All right. I gotta find who's hitting me. Oh, this is just crappy cover. So that was just me being really stupid. I thought that cover was a lot higher than what it actually was. I don't think the number is a huge problem, but I definitely need to be, I don't know, partially thoughtful. But yeah, anyway, so I'm making a meal out of this particular anecdote, but like I think it'd probably be better, honestly, in this game if I just took a car. But the catch is, it's a little bit like fast travel in open world games, where if you do that, you sometimes miss out on either interesting things or, you know, a chance to grab a well, like, I don't know, sometimes you just get a chance to yeah, that's definitely dropping that. So I'm assuming it doesn't matter how fast I get here. Yeah. So I'm gonna ping. Tag everyone that I can. Who are these people, anyway? No affiliation. Don't need to die for no reason, but... Alright, well...
I fucking love this shit!
I tried. Not very hard, but I... Okay. In this case, I'm not really going for precision. Hi! Okay, that's definitely a scab.
He blinded me!
That was useless. Oh god.
Help me, you selfish sons of bitches!
No! I thought I was doing alright in terms of keeping out of trouble. I don't exactly want to do the stealthy approach on this, but given that I clearly have to get reacquainted to the combat, it's not necessarily a bad idea. I may also need to reconsider the sights on this, because I used to use my pistol a whole lot more, but in general, I feel like the extra zoom's not quite helping me the way that I thought it would. Anyways, we're going to try the same approach, because it worked so well the last time. Yeah, so it looks like these guys are mostly scavengers. I should not feel nearly as bad about taking them out. So there's a side of me that just wants to chuck a grenade in there and be done with it, but... Oh. Who did that? Takri! Lovely to see you as always. Sorry, I'm not quite ready to, not quite ready to give you a proper thank you. Just give me a minute here to try and get myself out of this corner that I worked myself into. But I tremendously appreciate your 15 months, a year and a quarter, and frankly, it's just nice to see you. Okay, so I gotta get ready for the weapon glitch coming up.
For fuck's sake!
Triple movement's going to be hard to deal with here. I mean, I'm in a pretty decent spot to handle them, but... See, I'm not exactly going to be winning any races right now, but... I wonder if I can ricochet it somewhere useful. No.
He's in here somewhere.
This is actually a pretty good spot, all told. Anyways, the fact that this was a really crummy thank you, please don't let that diminish the fact that I actually really appreciate that. And I hope you're doing well. I am going to guess you've been working hard on your VTuber animation. Or maybe you're just waiting for some more Book of Hours. But I hope you're well. I think I saw you, I think you were doing a movie this week, which I kind of wanted to step in on, but I've been doing a lot of stuff lately. I feel like I owe you a DM sort of sharing some of the crazy things that I've been learning about procedural generation. Because I think we briefly talked about what I'm using that for. But I'm learning too much math, or trying to learn. Fourier transfers are not something that is very intuitive to learn. But I'm doing my best. Medical supplies, medications, illicit drugs, miscellaneous weapons, humanitarian aid, crates, and vehicles used to transport illicit cargo. Other bags, no bulletproof layer found. Clothing, cosmetics, electronic parts of unknown origin, personal items, and toiletries. Archived conversation. Fyodor, Vasilev, and Carl Dodger Robinson. We're waiting for the data. Relax. Drop might be late, but it'll get there. What Netrunner put together the profiles? You ask, but I won't answer. A good one. The sort they paid for. You worked with him before? With him, with her, it's a collective. They check out. We'll see about that at the border. Don't worry, you'll get through without a problem. With your humanitarian aid, that won't aid anyone really. It'll aid our pockets. That's right. Eddie's, baby. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. That's your solo D&D campaign, right? Actually, we were talking about Baldur's Gate in here a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're a fan or if you've tried it out. Okay, so I don't have a 1C to work with, so what I need to think about is where I get my 7A next. So let's see, 1C, 7A, 7A. There we go. A horror musical comedy called Nerdy Prudes Must Die. Hey! I feel attacked by a group that did a pretty popular Harry Potter parody musical. Neat. Okay, let's see if I found any improvements there. You run once a month for Raw Dragon. First Wednesday of the month is yours, and the other 2 core members are running something too. Okay. I'm terrible with names and organizations, so I'm going to nod and pretend that I know all of those words. But I am very happy that you're... I think we have often discussed how much I think role-playing is really cool, and there's a side of me that wishes I could do more of it, but I also know the difficulty in terms of finding a group. So I'm actually quite glad that you're... I'll say you're more successful than me. It's also because you've actually bothered to go out and look, so it's not, it's kind of like people who are complaining about not having a girlfriend is like, well, are you trying? Oh no, I was too scared to talk to them. Well, what do you think is going to happen? So, but I get it, right? Like who hasn't felt nervous? Yeah, like I might, I might say, oh yeah, wouldn't it be nice to play a role-playing game? It's like, yep, but you got to put effort in. I'm not exactly enhancing any group that I'm a part of, so. But either way, I don't know. I like to live vicariously through your role-playing adventures, so I'm always happy whenever I hear about you doing something new and exciting. I'm not looking too carefully at the stats at this point. I think I prefer this to the Umbra. Yeah, let's make that official. I don't see any value in that axe. Katana doesn't do much for me here. Looks like I do have new outfits though. Not bad. The silver tie really brings it all together, but I think I'm gonna go for the gold tie. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. I am fond of these suits. I think it's the pants that I really need to work on. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's because I've got the shirt underneath, so the jacket actually... Yeah, that didn't really mean much. Yeah, man, these are tame pants compared to some of the other stuff that I could be wearing. I think I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go clothing shopping at some point to make this ensemble work. Ah, fair. We will follow up with Judy. Insert shard in the slots of each person marked as one of our humanitarians. That's all you need to do. After slotting the shards, you need to wait for the fake data to overwrite what's on their biomons. Once it's finished, check whether the data was overwritten correctly. Just do a Kuroshi scan. Here's the data. Adrian Michaud for citizenship French, age 28. Vera Vaslova, citizenship Soviet, age 34. Derek Keller, citizenship NUSA, age 41.
Hey, Judy. How you feeling?
Shitty, but something came to me.
Gotta give yourself time to grieve, Judy. Experience all its stages. Feel them. Let them play out. Shock, anger, depression.
I'd say I'm on anger. I'm gonna stay here for a while, too. I can work with anger.
So what did you come up with?
The Mox dive, Lizzie's bar, used to be a joy house. Tiger Claws killed one girl too many, so people took matters into their own hands. Belongs to us now. Clouds could stand to get the same makeover.
Got the Mox to agree to take over Clouds.
No, I'm trying to get you. Know someone at Clouds will take our side. Will you help?
Fine. Got me on board.
Ooh, yes.
Okay, so, what's the plan?
First up, we gotta talk to Maiko Maeda. If she's not with us, might as well throw our hands up in the air.
Maiko Maeda. Who is she exactly?
Girl who unofficially runs Clouds. Good at it, too.
What's she do officially?
She's a doll, so she's a nobody.
You sure Maiko's gonna want to join forces?
If I was sure, I'd be on the hollow to her and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Let me rephrase. Is there any chance she'll slap us around and shove us out her mega tower window?
Of course, sure.
Guess I can work with that. How well do you know this Maiko?
Too well.
When we doing this?
Early morning, Clouds will be closed. Hardly a soul lurking at that time.
How early?
Before 8. I'll be by the entrance. No, scratch that. The balcony above Clouds. We'll sneak in. No one needs to know we're there.
On the balcony. Got it.
So we'll do that. We're just going to do that much later. Now I'm curious about the... Okay, X Factor. It just occurred to me. Talented young boxer, born and bred in Dogtown. Once part of the Animals gang, as Alpha implanted him with a chip to control him inside the ring and fix fights, reaping heats of eddies. Aaron is a demure, no-nonsense kid with rekindled passion for boxing and in a position to seize an opportunity. An upcoming fight could change his career and finally let him break free from his gang's grip. I really do like this name, Terra Cognita. Yeah, so the way that I'm playing Cyberpunk here really reflects the way that I tend to go about in life. So like clearly the way up here was definitely something that I think was intended for a drive, but like this would be a very normal walk for me. Well, like once I factor in the fact that it's a game and it's not going to actually do the distances for things, but looks like I'm waiting.
Okay, waiting.
I don't normally like doing the waiting option, but I have a feeling this will force it.
V!
What the hell happened to
Good
the
see
weather?
you. This way. Terra Cognita. Impressive. As I see it.
Meh. City center post-apocalypse, or Pacifica on steroids.
Pacifica's a rotting corpse. Dogtown's vibrant. With Terra Cognita as its crown fucking jewel.
Must really like the place.
Hung out in DT while my dad worked construction here. When that all went bust, we moved outside the wall. Back inside about a year ago. When I left the gang. Big building there. The men's clinics around the back. Hold up. One other thing I need to say.
Go ahead, spit it.
Truth is, Animals fix my fights. Angie, Animals Alpha, she decide which round I go down in. Chip in my head lets her do that.
Fuck.
Inner ear disruptor. Flip the switch, I flop over like a fish stood on its tail.
So, afraid of other rippers botching the job. Want the chip removed by the guy who installed it.
Yeah. They want it done today, too. Wanted to be a boxer, they turned me into a punchline. I take a dive now, nobody will want to give me another fight. It's my last chance.
Let's make sure it's not wasted then.
This is another good good quest. Like there's definitely plenty of boxing movies that are set up like this. I'm sorry to always refer to movies for this stuff, but
Scav's got tons of bodies guarding the place. Any idea how we get in to see the mayor?
Not yet, but I'll figure something out.
I'm just going to do a quick save here. I'm assuming I'm not going to be able to talk to them. That's a lot of guys. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not able to tag them, but that's inconvenient. Oh. Gives me a start. Okay, yeah, they're definitely not going to be friendly about that. I mean, presumably I can just shoot my way in, but that doesn't exactly strike me as the way to get a Ripper Doc on my side. There's also no ready distractions. So there's either a side way in. Yeah, you know what? Let's not. Okay. I would find it a little unusual if this is the only mission where there's only one way in the building. Like, yeah, there's a My bad. Okay, don't try to jump over the barbed wire. Huh. I really thought I would have been able to handle that. Okay. Well, they're not going to be too happy with me if I keep on this. So the problem with this approach is that I'm making moves, but I'm making those moves without purpose. Well, that one was just to stop being spotted, but I'm trying to get to this upper level here, so I might just be able to run and jump. Nope. So maybe that I do actually need to pay for some better legs to make this stuff work. Again, I absolutely have no problem going in loud. I just think it's going to save me a world of pain if I try and get a little clever with it. But yeah, like I said, one of the problems with the approach that I had was that I was sort of doing... It's like playing... It's kind of like playing chess a certain way, and I do run into this problem in chess sometimes, is that, you know, I'm only really going to think about the immediate problem that I'm running into. I'm not necessarily thinking about a larger overall strategy. So what I'm mostly trying to do is get up to this higher area to take advantage of what looks like this big hole here. And the problem is that I don't seem to be able to make proper use of these. Like, so this platform's interesting, but I don't really have any other way up. Like, I can't see myself getting to the higher level here. I could try getting as high as I can, but like, this isn't Assassin's Creed. I don't think I can reasonably expect to sort of jump around the side like this, and yeah, it's a good way to take damage, basically. So that's kind of off the cards, unless I have a better way unless I have the leg augments. So this has already been eliminated as a possibility. I tried to jump on there. The barbed wire kind of keeps me from moving in, which, you know, fair enough. So then the idea would be, okay, well, let's try this approach, because it does seem like I can sort of climb my way up. And then the problem... Oop. I did, yes. There's a quick save button in the game. So like, this is a good way to annoy the guys, and then I can move back easily enough. That's not really the worry, but we come back to that old problem of, what do I do with this when I get up here? It's like there's one side of me that wants to do this heroic leap, but because there's this concrete in front, it does actually keep me... Oops. All right, that's no fun. I'll let him calm down. So yeah, basically I can... Oop. Normally I can get up to this... Yep. So I can get to that level, but any attempt to go further like this doesn't really work. So my last hope is just to see if I can leg it up the side of the... I think they're just going to notice me the second I try to do this.
What's happening?
Well, I mean, they didn't attack. Okay.
I tear you apart, hear me?
Terrible aim with this. He's healing, so I need to deliver. As you can see, I'm a lot more comfortable with the pistol here. So I'm expecting the cyberwell malfunction. That's just going to hit me. What I want to make sure is that I'm still able to function without it. Fang. Choom, WTF, you triggered the fucking alarm in one more fucking time and you'll be walking rounds in front of the fucking building no matter the weather. 8 hours in the scorching fucking sun will teach you a fucking lesson. What's with all the fucks? What the hell happened? The code is posted every fucking day over the terminal by the fucking gate. Can't make it any fucking simpler for you. If you need to go out, just fucking punch it in. Never had so many complaints about someone for a really shitty reason like that. Fine, I will do that. Back when the code changed every day, I thought someone's fucking with me. You get that right? Nobody likes to be put on high alert every 20 minutes because some gonk wants to have a smoke. Just STFU and follow protocol. This ain't a nomad chop shop in the middle of fucking nowhere. Okay, I won't trigger the alarm anymore. Sorry about that.
Motherfucker, you're a bitch.
Yeah. So this is definitely set up to be done with stealth. You can kind of see like the garbage cans and all of that. Hi!
Guess where I ate it?
Huh. Well, you know what? We're already doing this loud.
Guess where
Oh. Let's turn that off. Just turn that thing on to friendly for a bit. Okay, somebody's going to town on me. There we go. Should give me some distance. I'm getting hit from behind. Nah, all right. That was sloppy across a lot of dimensions. Now the one drawback about this is for all the hoopla, I didn't really find an alternative way in. So yeah, one of the things I kind of thought about this was that I might be able to just like have a conversation with the scavs and get in. Okay, who are these? I'm assuming these are the animals? Whatever they are, they're not related to this.
Keep it down, will ya? Oh, my head's about to burst.
So I do notice the ladder up the side there, so I might be making this more complicated than it needs to be. I cannot believe that. Oh boy. I'm gonna have a word with myself after the stream. Okay, that was not what I meant to do, but I don't think they're gonna hold that against me. Okay, so first thing I want to do here, I'm going to turn the camera off first of all, but I'm going to use this to get a better idea. How the hell did you get up here? I'm going to use this to get a better idea of where the bad guys are. Oh, now that's something I didn't notice. Oh, that's neat. The webcam? That's a really good idea. Does absolutely nothing for me right now, but... Oh, it doesn't let me go back to the old camera? It's a shame. Anyways, I am going to cycle through the cameras in here, hopefully, because that will give me a better idea of who's in here. Definitely more than I saw last time. Not that much more. But, probably not the sort of thing I want to go charging in guns blazing for unless I absolutely have to. And that may be necessary with this guy. It looks like that's a one-way trip. I am hoping somebody's not staring down the barrel of that. Okay, cool. I'm assuming that's the same conversation I saw before. I don't see any indication of what the code is, so that's going to make things inconvenient here. Yeah, so I can't force it. Okay, so I'm either spending a lot on upgrades or I need to find another way of getting that code. I wouldn't be opposed to spending the points on intelligence. Now, one thing I'm kind of doubtful that this will work, but I kind of want to try. I can't believe I got a... Oh, right, because I've got an ally. I gotta remember that. Now, what I was hoping was that I would get some indication in terms of what the code is. Like, obviously, I'm not going to go so far as to say that, like, oh, this game needs to serve up the code on a silver platter, but they've kind of introduced the idea of the code here. I've read the computer, I've read the... I've read the entry that says, yeah, the guy's getting told off about it. And there's 2 guards who presumably would have that information on them. So there's one other place that I can check. I mean, we've cleared things out. I'm not unhappy with how this has turned out, but I'm trying to think how I do this without, like, bringing everyone in the building on me at the same time. And I'm mostly reckoning with the fact that I'm not the most observant. So I'm assuming I could be missing something really obvious. So maybe the first thing I'll do is go back to that shard. Demir Ripperdoc living in Dogtown, he left Night City after several clients accused him of undermining the performance of certain implants during standard procedures so that they would return for another visit. Trouble ensued. He currently works for the Scavs in Terra Cognita and sometimes takes jobs from animals. Though he may seem like a decent enough guy, he has a habit of sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, fueled by his neuroticism. Above all, he craves peace and quiet. Dendrian, I'm so sorry I didn't see your raid coming in here. How on earth are you doing? And how is GTA 5 going? For those of you not familiar with Dendrian, many moons ago, I found him through, or maybe he found me. I don't... Sorry, Grand Theft Auto. Wrong streamer. Dendrian, I was not playing Grand Theft Auto. What were you playing? I didn't even know you were streaming, actually. Sorry. But through Against the Storm. Now I'm actually really curious what you're playing, because I mistook you, not mistook you, but I was watching a streamer just before I started streaming today who was doing Grand Theft Auto RP. But you were doing Sandrock. Okay. Anyways, Dendrian is an absolutely charming fellow. For those of you that like conversation or like having something on in the background while somebody talks, Dendrian is wonderful for that. But I think would undersell him. You know, he likes to promote himself as a second monitor stream, but in fact he is a very thoughtful and engaging individual. And he also plays a lot of interesting stuff that I haven't really like I probably wouldn't have been on my radar otherwise. So if you take the time to interact with him, you actually get you do get a lot more out of it. But with that in mind, I would not be serving you well if I did not point out that he's actually very pleasant to have on in the background. So, all right. Digimortal, a temple for technology located in the Terra Cognita Technology Park that was built. And I'm sorry, that was like that was not the best shout out I've ever given for you, Dendrian. I got started late and I'm a little sleepy today, but I still like your stuff. A temple for technology located in the Terra Cognita Technology Park that was built to showcase the latest innovations produced by the world's leading tech manufacturers. The exhibits were designed to be an interactive hands-on experience to raise awareness for cyberware's potential as well as boost healthy competition between producers. Today, the pavilion is infested with scavs who tirelessly pick apart the exhibit, like vultures on a carcass, as part of their illegal trade of cybernetic components. Okay, I may have to go back to the map to try and get a little... There we go. Oop. So my guess would have been that there was like some kind of an email or something like that that would have said what this was. And then I was thinking, okay, well maybe I can use my cyberware to see, I don't know, fingerprints or something like that, but that didn't turn out. I guess if they changed the code every day, that wouldn't have mattered. So then I was like, well maybe it's on one of these people who were patrolling. Well, both of them are in the dumpster now. We've sort of explored everything we can get there. So, oh, that's right. Hang on. I was going to check. So, code is posted every day over the terminal by the gate. Okay. So I'm assuming they're not referring to this gate. This is what I'm taking as the terminal. Like I said, not the most observant person in the world. And I'm assuming if it was at like eye level, I would have seen it already, so. What's the story here? Okay, that's just an alarm. So what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to go up. And the main idea behind this is just to try and get a different perspective. You know, stand on the desk. Real shirts off stuff. All we really need is Jerry. Okay. I'm going to get the exact wording again. Code is posted over the terminal by the gate. Can't make it simpler for you. This game really knows how to... So in this case, I'm basically going to look at every gate to make sure I'm not completely... Yeah, so that can't. The laptop number can't. I cannot believe I'm this thick on... I guess unless it's on the inside. Yeah, you know what? Hang on a second here. Oh, crap. That's why I was having a problem. Oops. Didn't make it any easier, though. Okay, I'm only going to be able to do one of these. So, actually, Dendrian, I know you and your audience, sometimes you just want to hang out and not be interrogated when you're enjoying a stream, but there was one question I was meaning to ask you about Sandrock. Oops.
Damn.
supreme view.
Careful. Got a guard.
That's going to be a problem to deal with, actually. There we go. He's going to struggle in a second. But I was curious what made you play My Time as Sandrock, because I'd not heard of it before you started playing it, but it's one that you really seem to put some quality time into. Okay, I don't think this is going to tell us something we don't already know. Okay, there's our target. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as I'm reasonably thoughtful about it, I should be able to make some progress here, but I definitely have a tendency to get a little over-eager in terms of making some progress. And I underutilize cyberware still. Oh dear. Oh, are those two games related, Kree? Okay, I didn't exactly need heavy ammo, but...
Demir's clinic. Top floor.
Alright, that's going to be a tough group to deal with.
Demir wanted it right away. Why are you waiting? Take it to him.
Cool your heels. I want to take a look. Demir won't care if he gets one tinky less.
Huh?
Okay, well that just alerted those two guys for no reason. I'm very lucky I did not get caught doing that. Probably should save here just because I think this will actually, yeah. So I'm lucky that didn't trigger a fight. I do have a plan for them though. Anyways, so I've always been a fan of Harvest Moon type games. Company is said to put a lot of love into their games, just the style. And you know me, you play a lot of different games. This one's cool. Yeah, I mean sometimes it is the simplest answer in terms of saying it's like, I was just interested in playing this game. I actually had somebody get really like whiny when I actually I responded. I mean, in fairness, they were being kind of an ass, but I remember somebody got really mad when I just told them I'm playing the way I want to play. But I don't know, like sometimes that is the only real honest answer you can give is like the game looked interesting and I want to play it. I did not have a moment of profound reflection on on aesthetics by playing this one. But with that in mind, I think probably one reason why I ask this question a little more often is that, as probably is indicated by the productivity article, I have been trying to think a little bit about the... so like developers often talk about discoverability, and absolutely fair enough, right? Because it's the thing that, you know, streamers, people with a social media account, YouTubers, anybody who's got something that they want to show people, and that is most everybody today. you need to break through. And the thing is that, everybody has access to mass communications. Everybody can set up a site, but not everybody is equally talented at that. I'm terrible at it. And that's assuming that I have something that's worth reading in the first place, or watching, or whatever I'm doing. So people making games are running into the same challenge, which is that not only are they trying to get the word out about their game, and not only are they competing with any number of other games, but they're competing with all other different forms of entertainment, right? So your outside option is not whether or not you play My Time at Sandrock. Your outside option is whether you play My Time at Sandrock or any other game, or if you watch another episode of Billions, or finally get around to watching Oppenheimer, or whatever your catches your fancy at the time. So one of the reasons why, particularly for people like you who seem to have these nice and eclectic tastes, but ones that seem to align up with things that I wind up enjoying, it is always kind of interesting to me to see how people find out about games and what makes them buy, because I had this moment of realization when I showed a coworker Darkest Dungeon, and they were utterly fascinated. Like they had to have that game. And I told him, I was like, well, if you want, I can let you know the next time it's on sale. And like, to him, he's like, why would I wait for this to go on sale? It's not that expensive. And just this sheer moment of realization that like me as somebody who quote unquote loves games is trying to nickel and dime every game developer for like, every sale, every last thing like it. And like, don't get me wrong, like I don't want to be wasteful with my money, but like the total amount of money that is saved, waiting for a discount is relatively minor compared to, some of the other, like it's not a car, right? So you get a percentage off on a car, that's real money. Get a percentage off on a game, it's, I don't know, maybe you can buy a beer or something like that. Depends on the game, obviously. But yeah, especially, where I work. Like, we're not exactly wealthy where I work, but it's like, it's the closest thing to like a real job that I've had. So, yeah. But it was very, eye-opening to just see how a normal person responded to, this game looks really good and I want to play it. And it was not, I'm going to wait for like, this so many months because I absolutely must get $10 off this title. So yeah, anyways, that's one of the main reasons why I ask. It's educational for me to find out how people find the things they're interested in. Chris says, My Time at Portia came first. They say you should play it first because it doesn't have the quality of life stuff that Sandrock does, and so it would be more annoying. Okay, yeah, so it's a little bit like Shadowrun Returns. It's not a bad game, but it's definitely the first that they made, and so if you're expecting something like Dragonfall when you play it, it's a challenge. Oh man, sometimes people see me with like a Twitch shirt on, or they know I'm a broadcaster, and they ask what types of games I play, and they're expecting like the closest I ever got to stuff that I play was like Apex Legends, but like everything I talk about they've never heard, and I kind of have my pitch for like independent gaming and the sort of stuff that I'm interested in. Like every once in a while I get a chance to do something like Cyberpunk, but I kind of try and tell them that like there is a, like, one actually really easy way of saying to someone like, okay, so like, Tetris, right? Like everybody's heard of Tetris, and it's like, okay, so like, other than the fact that Tetris is really popular, like it's a weird game to think about on its own because it's nothing like Red Dead Redemption or Cyberpunk or Assassin's Creed, but people really love it. But then in another sense, it's actually a very normal kind of game because everybody's got a phone, and I've never played Candy Crush Saga, but pretty much everybody has played a game like that on their phone. And so while you can get stuck in an idea of what a game is. This is not the elevator pitch, by the way. This is the longer one. But the way that I kind of try and bring people to think about it is like in between like Cyberpunk and Candy Crush, there's a whole spectrum of games, often which will take a thing that you like about a game that you enjoyed for other reasons, and will either focus entirely on that thing, or sometimes they will make you realize that there's something you didn't even know that you were missing in games, and all of a sudden it becomes the most important thing. And sometimes those even wind up in the bigger games that you like. So it's depending on how familiar. And then like some people, if they're into movies, it just sounds like, yeah, so like independent films, well, there's independent games now, and they're usually an opportunity to tell something a bit smaller and more focused on an audience. There's lots of different ways to go about it, but yeah, the funny thing is that like trying to explain independent gaming to someone who only thinks of games as like Call of Duty is really strange, but it can be kind of fun because people sometimes get excited about it. So and of course independent games is always going to be more people who've never heard of your game than have played it. So Terra Cognita, take a step into the future. Latest technological breakthroughs, biotech innovations, and journey. What is your top 10, by the way, Tendrian? Biotech innovations and journeys into the unknown. Questions of transhumanism and the fate of mankind. Future at your fingertips. All this and much, much more in one spectacular place. Sounds like something out of this world? No, it's Terra Cognita. Examine contemporary plans of space exploration. See prototypes of shuttles and probes bound for Earth's orbit. Challenge your notions of limits of humanity and be among the first people to take a peek at prototypes of upcoming implants. Talk to Netwatch representatives, corporate soldiers, and eminent scientists. Terra Cognita, Science Technology Park. Book your ticket today and take a step into the future. Disclaimer, the organizer reserves the right to make changes to the event program and alter and or cancel reservations for reasons of force majeure. Ticket owners are not entitled to compensation. I thought that was the guy that he was doing that to. I was like, wow. He took the implant thing personally. Okay, I think we need to deal with a sniper. I could probably... maybe not. You're kidding me. Why did he decide to turn around? I don't think I'm going to be able to climb up, but I'm going to try. Okay, this is my chance. Okay. Against the Storm, Binding of Isaac, Icarus. I don't think I played Icarus. Slay the Spire, XCOM 2, Hollow Knight, Satisfactory, then trails off into series. Fallout New Vegas. The Cyberpunk 2077 of RPG games. It's Chekhov's trash chute. You can't introduce a trash chute and not throw somebody down it. By the way, has anybody seen the Chekhov's gun? It's kind of a comedy skit. It's very, very well done. But am I talking nonsense if people... Like, I'm assuming someone please has heard of this? Yeah, 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 yeah. Actually, Dendrian, I don't know if you played Industries of Titan, but someone who's a community manager at Brace Yourself Games is now working with Megacrit on their next game. I would not be surprised if the next game is a bit delayed, because they were using Unity and they're not using Unity anymore would be the nice way of putting it. But yeah, I was actually very happy to find out, excuse me, that Demi was working with them, because I was very sad to hear about what happened to Brace Yourself. But I'm also happy that so many good people found a place to land. Okay, so if I do 1C, BD, BD, so that takes me to the 3rd spot. So that's a 7A, but then I don't have an E9 there. That doesn't give me one here. Wow. Okay. So I gotta land here somehow. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. So I should just shoot for the. It's very well done. That one took a bit longer than usual, but the thing I really like about it is that it requires you to think, but you don't take so much time. Like it doesn't become its own game. Like you put some thought into it. You kind of get the feeling that you're trying to find an edge in a computer system. But it doesn't overstay its welcome, and I think that's a neat one. And then like there's little simple ways that you can upgrade your deck to improve these things. But yeah, I mean, I guess I think Slay the Spire was code from scratch is a tough one. Like usually, so I know like Supergiant, the Hades and Bastion and Pyre people, I know they were working with like SDL for such a long time. I'm sure there were other things, but I mean, there are people who do make their own tech, but in fact, one of the things I know a couple people who do their own tech, and largely for them, they see it as much a part of making the game as the like putting in all the the systems and sort of the logic or whatever. Like to them, it would be the same as making a model or coming up with an AI or something like that. But obviously it takes a certain time. I do have a feeling, like, I'm not a game developer, and I almost certainly will not be, but I do have a feeling I do have that kind of temperament. I've been interested in procedural generation. I've been reading up a little bit more about it. But what I notice is that instead of like just going around and messing with a few different forms of noise generation, I have actually been taking the time to learn how to do it. So there's plenty of options for making noise generator. Like, you know, there's all sorts of solutions out there in terms of generating different colors of noise. So there's like the colored noise is a bit of a weird one. So I think like red noise also goes by the name brown noise because of Brownian motion. But, you know, red, pink, white, blue, and violet. And then generally, you know, pink and red would be a bit more natural looking for terrain in most cases. And then there's like Perlin noise, but that's kind of old-fashioned because the simplex noise algorithm is out of the patent now, and there was open simplex before that. But there's like, again, there's no shortage of different ways that you can generate noise, and what matters is how you generate, like how you use that randomness to create an interesting environment. But the thing is that instead of doing all of that interesting work, I've actually been sitting down figuring out how I can implement my own noise generators. And I did do that. But the thing is I had to rely on Fourier transforms, and basically just because that was part of the discussion and that was what someone said was something you needed to do the thing that they had done to make red noise. And I don't like the idea of implementing something I don't understand. I have an intuitive understanding of kind of what a Fourier transform is, but I don't want to just say, you know, I'm sure the people who do like NumPy have figured it out. No, I want to take the time and actually think about how this stuff works. And as a result, this would not be time where I'm procedurally generating levels or worlds or whatever I want to do with this stuff. That's me building tech. So this is why I would not be a game developer, right? Because any game that I would make would take years to come out to produce very basic things that people take for granted. But it is fun to play around with that stuff. All right. By the way, if anybody knows how to learn Fourier transforms, I am curious. Billy B, T, Evgeny K, need you to check those Mark IIs I bought off you. 2 of them out, half a thou XP, some weird power surges. Tell Demir to check them out, okay? You're buying cheapest used Zeta techs made out of cardboard, and you surprised they have surges? Be happy 200 are working, you donkey. Donkey? Who you think you're talking to? Your old man? Daddy, you come back? Don't fuck with me, or I come to that shithole chop shop and shove the broken decks up your ass. My runner said they got frosted during transport, and you must have moved them in charity shop level boxes. You gotta do something about it, or we're gonna talk different. Okay, relax your anus, Billy. You're lucky I like you. Talk to Demir. He said, we'll check wires on your decks when you come. That's more like it. Bargast will move some gear through the tunnel next week. I will ask them to bring it with the rest of your shit. I'm assuming the 2 days for Solomon Reed have already passed in the time that it's taken me to do all this stuff.
Junkyard if I'm lucky. Should have been a mess.
Almost there. Just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Threw up everywhere. Or the other way around.
People.
Oh man. What now?
No! Just a hop, skip, and a jump, he said. It'll be easy, he said. Let me up the ladder. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's see if I can get an unfair advantage with the reboot optics and then go long range.
Fuck him up!
Seems to me like there's loot to be had. So, I mean, the nice thing about sneaking around is that, at minimum, if you do get caught and do something stupid like I do, it doesn't cost you too much to fight your way through. Might get a different outcome with the Ripper, but I'm assuming he's not going to be negotiating from a position of strength. How did you survive? How you doing, Vanguard Master? Broken. Alright. So I'm assuming I need to find some terminal to open the double doors to... Oh no, it says defeat the scavengers, so I'm assuming there is a patrol somewhere that needs tending to. To bed not work. Yeah, I figure if you're getting those two confused, it's probably a good time to go to bed. I should be doing the same, but I've really messed up this mission. And for my sins, that means you get what approximate. I always get bugged whenever I say, isn't that terrible for the magazine? Like, I'm assuming it doesn't matter because the guy's throwing it away. I get that it looks cool, It just feels wrong whenever I see it. This is the strangest thing I've ever seen. It's weird. Oh. Now you decide to turn around. Wow.
Demir's clinic, top floor.
Damn. Supreme view. Quite a place. What is it?
Leftovers of a future that never happened? My dad worked construction here, you know. Used to say Terra Cognita be the biggest expo in history. Stuff a legend.
Whereas it's where rusty old tech comes to die. It's what usually happens to legends in NC.
Algrins, thank you very much for 13 months with your Twitch Prime. Housekeeping.
Adam! Demir. Been a while. You know why I'm here.
I told you not to come, man. Ever. Yet you do. And with protection? Who the hell is this?
Relax. Just here to make sure Aaron leaves in one piece.
You don't get it. If Angie finds out, I'll end up in the bay. A hole in my face. Cement shoes on hands and feet.
Demir, you're the best Ripper in this part of Dogtown. Angie won't touch you. Just help me with the chip, please. You gotta.
Oh. Fuck! God fucking damn it. Fine. We do it quick. Chair, let's go.
V? Listen. Need to be sure I'll wake up after this. Can you wait here? Please?
There. Finished. The blocker is inactive. Kid will wake up soon.
Chip's just inactive. You were gonna remove it.
True, but...
Chip's buried in the inner ear. You'd have to get invasive. Receptor muting's safer, less risky. Chip's dead. Aaron will recover quickly. Good work, Demir.
Ah, fuck. Look, Angie, you know how it goes. They come in, guns, fists ready. What was I to do?
For now, we'll talk later.
I was not expecting the alpha for
Our little Aaron. Wonder what he's dreaming about.
for the animals Yeah, I was not expecting that.
Apparently used his brain for once. Didn't come alone. So, we gonna have a problem?
How'd you find us? Have us followed?
We have people here. Matters not at all, though. Let's focus on what does. Now, got any idea who you're protecting?
A boxer you're out to ruin. End his career.
Aaron built what he has on our eddies. He owes us. Fights thanks to us. Before that, he did other things. Aaron was our heavy. Good at it, too. Busted debtors' legs, set house fires. It's who he is. But wild violence like that needs honing, nurturing. So we invested in implants, training. Aaron owes us. We just want him to pay off his debt. Need him to throw the Vince fight, that's it. And we'll be even.
Fight of his life, it's supposed to be. And you want him to take a dive.
Aaron's mixed it up a dozen times till now. Most of his fights were fixed. It's nothing unusual.
What'll you do? Just flip the switch, watch him flop?
The blocker. Never used it. He always went down on his own, when we asked. It's worked out well for him. Good for you, too. Let it go. We'll make sure Aaron goes down. You'll net 10% of the winnings.
Fuck you and your offer. Sure, kid made mistakes. Not a reason for you to fuck up the rest of his life.
Shame, really. Would have been a square deal.
Get him, boys! Take the fuck.
Oh, I'm screwed. I basically just need to survive just a little bit longer to get my health back.
You're shit out of luck.
Probably true. At least got one of them. Probably not the nicest thing to hide behind the client like this, but I can't see what I'm supposed to be shooting right now. Oh, I got both of them. Okay. So she's hanging around here somewhere. Ah, I'm trying to do a good finale. Alright, well, she's dead.
Whoa. Fuck me, Angie. What the hell happened?
How you feeling?
Better than these animals. Wanna tell me what happened here?
Your chooms came by. We, didn't quite see things eye to eye.
Fucking Angie. Never was one to let shit go. Not a problem anymore. Thanks to you.
Think you'll heal in time? For your fight?
Should, yeah. Ears are ringing ever so slightly, but that's it. I have my destiny in my own hands this time, finally. A little ripping and I'm free. Can't quite believe it.
Angie told me a bit about your past. A little ripping's no way to solve all your problems. This ain't about your boxing career. Stakes are different, you get it?
Yeah, I think. Guess I know what you mean. Thanks, V.
Cool. I've actually really been enjoying these side quests. There's definitely some good...
Fucking fuck! What did you do? Get out now. The scavs will let you pass. I have this mess to clean up.
the scavs who I took out on the way in. Oh, hey guys.
Get out of here before I take you out.
Yeah, like there's definitely some side quests in the base game for Cyberpunk that give me an indicator. It's like one thing I've always heard about
That's right,
The
asshole.
Witcher 3 was that it had very, very good side quests. Again, I've never really played it, so I can't speak from experience, but it's just one of these things that it's just one of those things that I kind of keep hearing about the game. I'm gonna see if I can find another Phantom Liberty call. Still count as Dogtown? Guess it does. But yeah, so there's definitely a couple of quests in Cyberpunk that made me feel, you know, this is what I think people are talking about when they say there were really good side quests in Witcher. But even then, like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go on the map. Okay, and then good enough. I may need to pack it in fairly soon. Had amazing side quests, biased because you like the story. Put yourself through the torture to play Witcher 1. Yeah, I'm not gonna play Witcher 1 all the way through. I'm actually in general of the opinion that unless okay. I have to get the goodies. Unless there is a really compelling reason for me to play all the games in the series, I'm just generally not going to bother with it. These are Barghast? Yeah. Whoops! Not quite what I planned, but I guess I don't need to ping if I can already see all of them, but this is not going to be an easy fight. But yeah, like I said, there's definitely some quests in Cyberpunk that I'm like, okay, I think I get it. I think I get what people are talking about. I should probably just roll over and die at this point.
Jesus, die already! Flank him, damn it!
Yeah. So maybe this time I won't throw a grenade by mistake. I'm still gonna have to take out all the Barghast guys, but with that in mind, like there were a couple ones where I was like, okay, this seems to be kind of an interesting. It seems to be that they're going interesting places with this, and then some other ones I'm like, that was kind of fun, but like, it doesn't strike me as the sort of thing that like. I guess this is the drawback about being the developer of a game like The Witcher 3, where if you have a reputation for certain things and then you don't deliver on those again, and there's a lot of reasons to see why they wouldn't necessarily deliver on those again. Like from what I understand, CD Projekt Red doesn't necessarily pay as well as alternatives, so. You know, I have to assume to a certain extent, for at least some people, that is the kind of job that you You know, maybe I should just go ahead and go loud at the start. Like, what am I really accomplishing by... Just gonna try and be a little more careful with the mini-map.
Going in. From the side.
But yeah, like you know, if you don't pay your people, you can't expect them to kind of stick around and deliver that same magic every single time, right? Like they're, you know, there's only so long that you can kind of hold out the promise of the prestige of working for such a storied studio before they turn that into an opportunity to try and oh no, I gotta get the high ground, just like that Star Trek movie said. Wow, I did not appreciate that I needed to reload this thing. Oh, Jesus. Health, please. Please! But yeah, no, like these little encounters in Phantom Liberty are definitely giving me the feeling of like, okay, I know why this developer has the reputation that it does. Okay, I gotta be really careful about where I stick my head out for the next little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, in fairness, the spongy guys have like a lot of armor on them. Like, I can't complain too much with the way this is going. I chose to go in. I mean, I'm not built for this kind of combat, is the fact of the matter. So, and I'm not using hacking nearly as much as I should.
Come on! What they paying you for?
It's always kind of fun to see those triangles go away and you throw a grenade. Okay, I'm not in a rush to go after that guy, so I'm gonna pick up whatever I can from the bad guys first.
Come on! What they paying you for?
I do feel kind of bad taking this guy out because obviously he thought that was a really badass line. But yeah, anyways, sorry. So I wasn't, I didn't mean to meander so much, but I was obviously very focused on something else. But, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a side quest in this that I've done that, you know, makes me think, oh yeah, no, this should have been done differently, or, you know, it was a it was anything other than sort of a pretty unique and interesting, like the sort of thing that a company that's built its reputation around a certain type of a certain type of attention to detail in terms of the missions. Oh boy. This is my old one, so we'll scrap these 2. 3. Guess I'll get rid of the Omaha too. In fact, I think out of principle, I'll just drop the greens altogether as long as I have a higher level replacement. Can't see a reason to keep a light machine gun. I didn't get to high levels in this game. I'm not sure what the new normal time to kill is. Just reminds you of high-end Division spending full... Yeah, no, the... It's not quite Division level, but I can see where that feeling comes from. I suspect I'm probably a little under-leveled for where I'm at in the game. But I suspect probably this is just more... I do think there is a meaningful difference. So also, I probably need to be thinking a little bit more about the types of weapons that I'm using, but I do rather suspect what I'm experiencing is a little bit more about... I feel I'm carrying too much stuff in general, but it's hard for me to say what really needs to go. What I should have done was actually stashed away a bunch of this stuff in the hideout when I had it. All right, well, I'll handle that later. And I'm going to go to the... Well, actually, before I do that, let's... Oh, hey, that worked. But yeah, so, like, I guess the big thing for me is, like, when I see... So I'm not... Like, The Division, I think, is a little weird because it's a Tom Clancy game, and I associate Tom Clancy with, some kind of a gesture towards reality. Like, that kind of seemed to be the sort of book that he would write. So, like, these guys actually don't take a whole lot to take out. So basically, 1 or 2 shots with a pistol, and they're actually, this may not be the one I'm thinking of. I'm trying to find one of the guys who are a little more heavily armored. So that I'm generally okay with. I guess it was this guy? Anyways, there are definitely a couple of guys who are very clearly, like, much more bulky in terms of their setup. And, they move slower. Like, there's basically a whole other set of behaviors. And, like, for that sort of thing, especially in a game like this, like, my usual feeling on this sort of thing is, like, fair enough, right? Like, I don't think a game needs to be so beholden to reality that... you can't have variety in terms of the enemies. So, yeah, like, Division, it's weird because they've established a kind of... Like, the thing is that they made The Division, and they had no need to put Tom Clancy's name on it. I mean, he was dead by the time the thing had come out. But I mean, like, Tom Clancy didn't write all the stuff that his name's on it, so that's not even new. But, like, the thing is that there was a decision made to attach that particular name, which once upon a time sort of meant a specific kind of thing, to that title. And so I don't think it's entirely unfair that when people go in and all of a sudden it will require multiple clips to take down any enemy, it's like, that's really weird. And that is very different from, Rainbow Six, any Rainbow Six, where, you run into a room and the first thing you learn is that human beings can maybe take one bullet. So, yeah, I mean, in the case of Cyberpunk, like this is a world where, you know, someone can look human and be, you know, entirely chrome underneath. So I do accept that there's going to be some variety in terms of the type of damage that that people can take. You know how many Barghest soldiers does it take to unload an airdrop? How many? I'm fucking asking how much longer it's going to take with my order. Oh, thought you were setting up a joke here. Don't know. It'll be ready when it's ready. Great. I'll tell that to my super when he asks the recruits why the recruits are sitting around waiting for implants instead of out there on the street working. What's your order? I can look to send along first. Urgent stuff is blood pumps, diazepam dispensers, metabolic editors. You out again? We just sent you all that. Choom, you better put some cams in that storage of yours. You better quit pissing me off. The one, so I'm not too worried about the Division just because in the end, like, there's, like, the Division's a new thing, or it was at the time. I rather like Division 2. I don't play it, like, all that regularly, but, I manage. But I will say it did actually bother me quite a bit in Ghost Recon Breakpoint. And I think that was because Ghost Recon had sort of set it up as a particular kind of experience. And then, like, I'm running in. I remember this, like, in the sort of that... You know how, like, games, sometimes they'll do a quote, like, a beta where... I'll wait till I'm in the car before I mess around with this. You know how they'll, like, do a beta which is really... It's like a demo if you're completely, you know, if we're honest with ourselves, it's more of a demo than an actual beta. Yeah, I don't need both of these. So 24, 20, and one thing that kind of told me. And again, this sounds like such a pointless thing to complain about, but I remember doing that beta, and like I had a Kevlar helmet, and I'm running around doing my thing, and then I take out a guy, and there's a baseball cap, and I'm like, okay, well, this is a pseudo RPG, so I'm just gonna grab whatever I can. Oh wow, I'm a lot closer than I thought I was. So yeah, it's like all right. Let's try another approach. Nope, looks like it wants me to follow that one path. Okay. But yeah, so I go in, and then there's like a baseball cap, and like I take a look, and it's not just that it's better than my Kevlar helmet, it's like I'm an idiot if I don't equip this better. And I'm like, this has ceased to be a Ghost Recon game. Like, this is... Whatever this is not... Like, this is the Division with a slightly different set of combat rules. And it was a shame because there were some really good moments in that beta. Like, I remember there was a I remember that there was a there was like the sequence where I was playing a sort of a sniper build, so I targeted like from a really great, like from a great distance. I sort of targeted the leader of the like the patrol that I needed to get past. And you could see like this absolute chaos go through as like the head of the patrol has been taken out and nobody knows where it's coming from. And so I was able to sort of use that to slowly pick them off one by one without giving away the position. And like they followed this whole pattern of like trying to find me while also like trying not to be in danger. And I was like, man, that's really interesting to play a game like this where you can like part of your strategy will be sowing disorder. And then again, like that stupid cap stuff happened. And then sometimes there was some stuff that happened in it that was actually really funny. So like I remember I was being chased by some drone or something like that, and I ran through like a field of pomegranates. So like while I'm running for my life, my character starts like grabbing fruit and just stuffing it in his pockets. And yeah, like it's just one of these things where it's sort of like, I get that there's like crafting mechanics, and I get that there's, you know, like there's loot and things like that, and this is what some people expect, but like not every game needs to be, you know, a variation on Destiny or whatever it was that sort of originated this. Like you are allowed to, like, so if you go back to like what Doom did, right? So Doom was able to capture this very nostalgic feeling that people had for, like, you know, very early first person shooters and a certain feeling of what that was. And they're able to recognize certain things that were not taken for granted at that time. So like if you had asked me, could you reload? Now, in fairness, I haven't actually played the original Doom. But if you had asked me, do you reload in Doom? I have actually played the original Wolfenstein. So if you said, do you reload in the original Wolfenstein? I would say, well, of course you reloaded in the original Wolfenstein. Like, you know, you pick up clips and you pick up bullets. But if you actually play that game, you don't. That reloading was something that came later. And then obviously, you know, like recharging your health after not taking damage for a certain period of time. That was innovated by Halo, although I know people like to claim other games did that instead. Halo was the one that sort of made that a big mainstream thing, I think is the safe way of putting it when the actually crowd decides to come into chat. And the interesting thing about the Doom approach was what it did was it created this feeling that people seem to have, but it didn't do it by only looking backwards. It did it by trying to think how you create a similar feeling with the knowledge that, you know, things have moved on. I think they did a wonderful job of it, right? Like the whole idea of, you know, you get a big explosion of ammo or a big, you know, boost of health if you go in for something like a glory kill. That's giving you an incentive to behave in a way that might be more consistent with the kind of thing that they're wanting to do. That's not even to deny the benefit of, you know, other first-person shooters. Obviously, there's a lot of room for different experiences in this genre. But what I think that communicates is that is a very high-quality game with, you know, a big team, a big budget, and they did not feel the need to bring in every convention that popular games have. And they succeeded in staying true to what was very likely this mandate of, like, you have to capture what, you know, what it would feel like to play a first-person shooter when, you know, people don't have an idea of what that is as a genre yet. And I think they did I think they did a good job. They probably had a different way of describing it, but like that's the best I can come up with on during a rant. So yeah, that's kind of what I wish they would have done with Ghost Recon, which is to say, like, what is interesting about this? What did people like about the original Ghost Recon, or what is the direction that we want to go with this? And I think the shame is that if the answer is, well, we want to make it more like the Division 2, and I'm like, well, why don't you just put that team on making more stuff for the Division 2 then, right? Why does there have to be two games with the same set of features? So I've tried Breakpoint on 3 different occasions. I've never been able to get into it. And they've even changed like the gear thing. There is like a realism mode now, which turns off the silly gear stuff. But it's just, I think that is a game that feels a little confused as to what it wants to be. So, for what it's worth. Target, Corey Waring, Lone Wolf Netrunner working from Den container in Terra Cognita near the old radio tower. Target activity, tracking airdrops and transmitting their location to third parties. Decision neutralize, information received from Voodoo Boys. I'll confess, I do feel bad when I go for murder as a first option. I guess I should feel okay that these guys took orders from the Voodoo Boys. I don't know. Containers on Jackson. List of potential airdrops attached. In the first one, the one on Jackson Street, they're supposed to send meds. The second should be Kuroshi knockoffs, but Preem quality. The third should be real skin. The fourth is Militech smart rifles. 5 is some sort of armored vehicle, but I'm still working on the deets. Something of interest to you. Corey Waring to Sophia DuPont. Got the cords for the next airdrops in Dogtown. You know the risk, so you know how much this is worth. You know, want them or not. How'd you get them? How do I know Hansen's not tracking you already? Direct answers, please, or you're down a client. Looks like I ran with... look, I ran with Militech. I know what I'm doing. I tracked down the drops using the tech that they left from the war. You'd be amazed at the shit just lying around getting trampled here. As for Hansen, I'll put it this way. You take the risk, you're in the game. You scared, you're out. Sophia DuPont is always in the game. Choom, the diff between you and me is what? Is for you, life's all about laughs, and mine's about success. Jesus, you talking shit. It's true. What's true is, once Bargus maps who you've been tracking the coords, you ain't gonna be laughing. They won't map me. They even got the Voodoo Boys helping them. Big whoop. Do you think I'm scared? Now what? Tell yourself whatever you want. Pretend all you like. Still won't get your seat in the court back. Later, Gonk. Okay. I'm sorry to spend so much time babbling on. I did kind of want to do this mission, but I'm also realizing it's a little past 3, and I've been trying... Oh my god, this thing is like miles away. I've been trying really hard to keep a bit disciplined on bed. One thing I've noticed in general lately is that one way I try and catch up with the stuff that I want to do is... I like work later in the evening, but I also notice when I work later in the evening, I tend to get a bit distracted more. Like I'll feel okay turning on Twitch or like I'll put on a show or something like that. And I have like less work to show for it, but I'm also up quite late. And what this will sometimes mean is that if I need to be up early for whatever reason, like if I go, if I have to be in like early for work or something like that, that's happened a couple of times. Like I just wind up like not getting a full night's sleep, and then I'm feeling like really groggy, and I'm not doing 100%, and as a result, more of the stuff picks up. In fact, the worst stuff that tends to happen is I will wait, like I'll like go home and like I'll sit in a really comfortable chair and it's like, I'll just rest my eyes a little bit while I'm trying to read this thing. And then of course, next thing I know, I've woken up and, I'm still going to bed at a really late hour because I've gotten that rest. Or, I keep pounding coffee and then wondering why I can't go to sleep. So I'm trying not to do the preposterously late streams. I am happy that I got a little extra time with Phantom Liberty in, but I do think I need to call it for tonight. Just because I know if I go any later, I'm going to feel very bad that I slept most of the weekend away and I don't have a whole lot to show for it. But I do want to say thank you for everybody for watching, particularly everybody who came along with the raids. Thank you very much, Dendrian, for the raid, and everybody who hung out, whether you were here from the very start or whether you came in at the tail end. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you, but I would love to do a host. Looks like Kilgore is the best available. Kilgore is online, and he's often quite nice in terms of hosting me quite late at night, so we'll try and pay that back. I don't know if I'll be able to do another stream with drops tomorrow, but the plan is my skipped days should mostly be in the rearview mirror, so Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week, most of that's going to be Book of Hours, if not all of it. Next holiday that's coming up is Remembrance Day. That will fall on a Saturday, which will mean that I have the Monday off. I will likely take that Monday off. I also note that the following Wednesday, the 22nd, is the third Wednesday of the month, and likely I will be hanging out with a local game dev meetup, which is the reason why I didn't do Wednesday this week. So basically the second half of November would be the next time. And then December's always a weird one. So, you know, in Canada we have Christmas and Boxing Day that falls on Monday and Tuesday. You know, it would be kind of nice for me to have the day to myself, but to be honest, I do know some people don't have anything to do for Christmas. I usually don't have anything to do for Christmas, and so every once in a while I will do, you know, I'll do a broadcast so people have something to do for the day. But honestly, it's too early to be thinking about that. But anyways, more Book of Hours coming up. Thank you everybody for watching. Please enjoy Kilgore and treat him well. See ya.